Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our conference on the partnership between Canada and Romania in nuclear technology. My name is Gabriela Vacăriței, Editor-in-Chief at Energynomics, and I will be the general moderator of this session. After the introductory sessions, we will have 4 panels in which we will discuss specific subjects, topics that I'm sure you very well know. The subjects and the names of the speakers and the organizations they come from have gained your attention. That is why you are here. We're talking about radioactive waste management and disposal, about the small modular reactors technology, about innovative applications of nuclear technologies, and about the Canada-Romania supply chain collaboration. So this is our second day of session. Yesterday, we had the beginning of our conference. We constantly had more than 100 participants on My Connector, so our audience was there. Thank you for the interest you have shown for our topic, and I'm sure you will still be here. On My Connector, you have the option of asking questions, of writing comments. They will reach us, and some of your comments and questions will also reach our guests. Depending on how much time we have, we will try to give you answers to those questions. If not, in any case, we will collect your questions and we will forward them to those you would like to hear from. So don't hesitate to use this platform, because we have this mediated interaction with the speakers, but it also allows you to exchange business cards among yourselves. You can also contact each other. You can text each other, and you can also have video discussions, but please do this during the breaks so as not to lose any of the, so as not to miss any of the presentations by our speakers. So we will begin our session, and I will give the floor for the introductory session to Sean Tapper, Associate Deputy Minister to Natural Resources Canada. He has held this position since November 5, 2018. He was previously the Assistant Secretary to the Cabinet at the Privy Council Office, where he was responsible for economic and regional development policy. Hello, Mr. Tapper. Thank you for being here today, and I will give you the floor.
Good morning from Ottawa, where I sit on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Land acknowledgements are very important to us to recognize our long history and all of the people who have participated in our development as a country. It's exciting for me to be here today. I started my career at Natural Resources Canada, and one of the first things I worked on was international energy files, including Chernivtsi. I worked in the background. I was a young analyst, but very much supporting our relationship back then. That was 30 odd years ago. So it's exciting for me to be back at NRCan and renewing my acquaintance with the Canada-Romania dialogue in this area. I'd like to really congratulate the organizers of this mission, of this event. It comes at such a pivotal time, and it's just a demonstration of how much we've learned over the last year that can be done virtually on a camera. But most importantly, it is just a sign of what our countries can do together, and our ability to talk and learn from one another in strengthening our civil nuclear relationship. Like Romania, Canada views nuclear energy as an important source of clean, non-emitting energy that the world needs in the global fight against climate change. Nuclear energy is already a key part of Canada's electricity mix. We've been working hard to refurbish our existing fleet of CANDU reactors, and we're also innovating to develop the next wave of small modular reactors. Like Romania, Canada has set an ambitious target of reaching net zero emissions by 2050. We've also established regulations that require all our coal facilities to be phased out by 2030. We understand, as you do, that the only way we are going to reach our targets is with nuclear energy being a part of our future energy mix. We're not the only country that has realized this, or we're not the only two countries that have realized this. In 2019, the International Energy Agency launched its first report on nuclear energy in 20 years. It confirmed that without nuclear energy, meeting our climate goals would be more difficult, take longer, and cost a lot more. Frankly, nuclear energy needs to be a part of our path forward. As we take that path, Canada understands the importance of walking it with like-minded countries such as Romania. Our two countries share a long and successful history of working together dating back to 1977, when we signed the first Canada-Romania Nuclear Cooperation Agreement. Canada is proud to have been a partner in the construction and financing of Romania's nuclear power plant, which now provides clean, reliable power to households and businesses across the country, meeting approximately 18% of Romania's electricity needs. Since then, our bilateral cooperation has only deepened and now covers the full spectrum of the nuclear sector. Our national regulators have a memorandum of understanding in place that allows for cooperation and information sharing on regulatory matters. I'm sure that Ramsey Jamal from the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission will speak more about the great work happening between our countries when you hear from him later today. Utilities in both of our countries have had a long history of collaboration. SNN works extensively with the Canadian nuclear utilities, including Ontario Power Generation, Bruce Power, and NB Power, both directly and through the CANDU Owners Group. In fact, SNN is the only international member of the CANDU Owners Group to participate fully in all of its major programs. The Memorandum of Understanding between the Romanian Atomic Forum and the Organization of Canadian Nuclear Industries was recently renewed in 2018. Romania-Canada collaboration also extends to our research institutions. The Polytechnic University of Bucharest became the first international member of Canada's University Network of Excellence in Nuclear Engineering. Yet another example of collaboration between our two countries was highlighted by the recent announcement, between Laurentis Energy Partners and SNN to conserve and protect reactor water systems during the refurbishment work at Romania's existing reactors. Canada places value in our partnership with Romania, and we hope to build on that partnership at this event. We also hope to share in the successes that we are seeing in Canada. Our homegrown CANDU reactor technology is continuously improving and innovating, and we have a lot to be proud of. In fact, we just broke a record. A few months ago, Ontario's Darlington Unit 1 completed a 1,106-day continuous run, the longest run for any nuclear or thermal plant of any type anywhere in the world. The Canadian nuclear supply chain brings unmatched capabilities and expertise to any CANDU project, whether it's refurbishing existing reactors or constructing new ones. It's a big part of the reason why the refurbishment of 8 of our own CANDU reactors in Canada is progressing both on time and on budget. In addition to our CANDU projects, Canada welcomes the opportunity to work with Romania on small modular reactors, or SMRs. SMRs represent the next wave of nuclear innovation and will allow us to take a bold step towards meeting our goal of net zero emissions by 2050. It creates good middle-class jobs, offers a clean supply of power and heat in rural and remote communities, and further strengthens our national energy security. We see SMRs as another opportunity for our two countries to work together, building our existing ties. When it comes to nuclear energy, we know that no country can go it alone. Canada is committed to supporting Romania's civil nuclear projects and offers its full breadth of support to the Romanian nuclear industry. I'm pleased to welcome back delegates for the second half of this conference, and I wish you all a very successful event today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tapper, for this introduction in today's deliberations. We will next give the floor to the Romanian representative from this introductory session, Mr. Cătălin Ducu, General Director of RATEN. You have the floor, Mr. Ducu.
Thank you, Gabriel. I will start to share my screen because I have a small presentation. Okay. I want to thanks for opportunity to present RATEN as technical support organization for the Romanian nuclear power program. I would like to thank the organizers of this event, the Embassy of Canada, and especially Its Excellency, the Ambassador, for recognizing the role of Nuclear Institute as an actor in the scientific collaboration on the nuclear field between Romania and Canada. RATEN, or Technologies for Nuclear Energy State-Owned Company, it's a strategic Romanian legal entity coordinating the R&D activities in the nuclear energy field. RATEN has two branches, Institute for Nuclear Research in Pitești and Center for Technology and Engineering for Nuclear Projects in Bucharest, Magurele. The main activities of our company are related to research, design, and technological engineering to develop the new technologies, production of radioisotope for medicine and industry, and maintaining competence in the nuclear field. The main infrastructure of our company are shortly described here in these pictures. Consist of Triga research reactor, the biggest post-irradiation examination lab in this part of Europe, the facility for radioactive waste management, out-of-pile testing department, nuclear materials and corrosion department, and radio protection, environmental protection, and civil protection lab. The competencies of our company related to the subject of this meeting, it's outlined here. RATEN has a strategy based on 11 objectives. 3 of them are put in our strategy for Cernavodă NPP. And I want to mention them. The first is maintaining and developing the scientific and technical support for the safe operation of the Cernavodă NPP. The second is management of radioactive waste and spent fuel. And the third, it's maintaining of and developing technology design and engineering capabilities, operation and maintenance of nuclear power plants and facilities. In time, our company designed, tested, authorized, and delivered to Cernavodă NPP a lot of equipments. I want to mention some of them. It's failed fuel detection system, radiation monitor for the heat transport system, breathing station, aerosol pumps, and so on. Also, we provide some radiation specialized services for Unit 1 and Unit 2. The most important are functional testing of the fueling machine and functional testing of the fueling machine telescopic cylinders. Also, we build transport container that passed all 9 tests required by the International Agency for Atomic Energy. In 2013, we launched a biggest experimental program for diagnosing irradiated fuel rod failures in the CANDU reactors on Cernavodă NPP. Related to the Generation 4 nuclear reactors, we are involved into the SMR concept with an international partnership, Falcon and Cesina Consortium. But this subject will be present later by my colleague Ilie Turcu in the next session. What we are ready for? We are ready to support services within Unit 1 refurbishment program. We are ready to provide equipment and services for Unit 3 and Unit 4. We are prepared for technical support for developing the final repository of medium and low radioactive waste program. And also we are involved in developing the new small and modular reactor 4th generation in the framework of international partnership. Conclusions? We think that the new Romanian nuclear program represents a huge business opportunity for companies around the world. RATEN, through both entities, still has the expertise and capabilities needed to play an important role in this program. We are still here, and we can be either a real partner in a win-win business or a dreaded competitor. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your initial intervention. I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Fred Dermarker for a few initial introductory comments. Thank you.
Bună ziua celor din Romania. Good morning to those in Canada et bonjour à tous et à toutes. I'm very pleased to be with you for this important event. Nuclear energy is increasingly viewed in both our countries as a foundational part of a plan for long-term clean energy security. As Deputy Minister Tupper described, we have a long and strong history, Canada and Romania, of working together on nuclear energy. And this conference, indeed this session, is an important opportunity to think about the future of nuclear and ask how we may continue to collaborate as our nuclear sectors grow and evolve. I know some of you from my previous role as the president and CEO of the CANDU Owners Group. In that role, I worked hard to grow the Canada-Romania relationship because I know that we are much stronger together when we are working together than when we are working apart. This is as true looking at small modular reactors as it is looking at CANDU reactors. In the second panel session this morning, we will hear about the work that both Canada and Romania are doing to understand the potential advantages of SMRs, the environmental and economic benefits they may offer, and what it would take to get them to market. As we all know, the nuclear industry is a global industry. For SMRs to succeed, they will need to compete in global markets. This makes international collaboration all the more important. It can both help solve technical problems and it can create the connections that can open up markets in different parts of the world. I would also highlight that both Canada and Romania stand to have significant competitive advantage when it comes to building SMRs in North America and Europe. They will have strong existing supply chains because of the refurbishments that are either happening or are about to happen in both our countries. And Romania will soon be gearing up its supply chain for the building of 2 new reactors. This sets Canada and Romania apart. In many other countries, nuclear supply chains are on the decline. Canada and Romania are ramping up their supply chains, and this has significant advantages for traditional markets as well as for the SMR market that we will soon discuss. But we can't talk about the future of nuclear without talking about the waste. Today, our societies will not accept moving forward on new nuclear without knowing that the waste will be properly managed and addressed. This is what makes our next panel discussion so important. It is important to address our waste and decommissioning responsibilities for the sake of the environment. It is also important to address the waste to create a path for the acceptance of new nuclear technologies. Because we share the same existing CANDU technology, we can also work together on some of the unique aspects of the waste and decommissioning associated with this technology. In Canada, AECL is strongly committed to our environmental remediation responsibilities, and we are accelerating our decommissioning and waste management activities to address our wastes so that they are not left for future generations. As you may know, AECL is investing 1.2 billion Canadian dollars into the renewal of its Chalk River laboratories. As we modernize the research center, we also need to take down some of the outdated buildings. To date, more than 100 structures have come down on the Chalk River campus. In order to dispose of this low-level waste, AECL through CNL is pursuing a near-surface disposal facilities for low-level waste. We look forward to sharing lessons learned with you as we advance on these waste and decommissioning priorities. Whether it be on waste and decommissioning or on new nuclear technologies, I'm confident that our upcoming discussions will help us learn from each other, and I encourage us all to find ways to keep the collaboration going long after this conference has drawn to a close. I look forward to working together. Mulțumesc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dermarker, for your involvement and for this commitment. We have heard very good ideas for the consolidation of the industry in Romania with the help of our Canadian partners. And I am sure also that Romanian experts can contribute to the development of the nuclear industry in general. So this means that we can now move on to the first thematic panel about the radioactive waste management and disposal session. The moderator will be Ms. Gabriela Teodorov. You can now see the invited guests at this session. Ms. Teodorov, you have the floor, but I just have a request I'd like to make for the speakers. Please make sure your presentations don't exceed 5 minutes. Now, Ms. Teodorov, you have the floor. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm very happy to be here at this panel. My name is Gabriela Teodorov. I am a project coordinator, and I work at Matefin. It is a totally private firm, 30-year experience in different nuclear projects, and more than 15 years experience in waste management from the Candu reactor in Cernavoda. Within this panel, we will be sharing different experiences. We will discuss strategies of waste management, of radioactive waste management, and we'll also talk about their final storage. I would just like to present briefly the speakers we will have within this panel. So we have here with us Ms. Cornelia Paraschiv from the National Agency for Nuclear and Radioactive Waste. She has been General Secretary of this agency, and before that, she has been main advisor in the Division for Nuclear Programs. Ms. Ramona Popescu, Director General of the same agency, at the head of the Department for Nuclear Programs. Mr. Derek Wilson, Chief Engineer and Vice President of the Contract Management Department at the NWMO. He has a vast experience of more than 25 years in the nuclear industry, in construction, and in mining. Mr. Jason Van Vaart, Vice President of the Division for Radioactive Waste Management and Trade Commercials at OPG. He has a vast experience in nuclear industry, in the nuclear engineering, in everything that has to do with finance, with maintenance, and also assessment. And Ms. Veronica Andrei, expert at Nuclearelectrica, within the Department of Nuclear Safety and Technical Support. Ms. Andrei holds a PhD in nuclear engineering and more than 30 years of experience in radioactive waste management, in license permits for matters that have anything to do with environment, and also in decommissioning. So I will give the floor to Ms. Cornelia Paraschiv, first of all, for the first presentation. Please, you have the floor.
Environmental permit. The environmental report was finalized in the National Working Group in November last year. Public national and cross-border consultation were scheduled in 2021 February and was successfully passed. In 2021, this year in May, the revised national strategy will be subject of approval by the Romanian government. About our legislation, I will talk only about the ordinance number 11 per 2003. In 2020, ANRE proposed revision of this ordinance to clarify the responsibilities of the waste generators and answer to the concerns of the European Commission. The proposed changes were approved today in the Parliament, and the next step is to be promulgated by the Romanian President. Romania, as a member of the European Union, has fulfilled the European directives in the field of spent fuel and radioactive waste management. In 2020, Romania has received motivated opinions from the European Commission from the two causes of non-compliance. 2080 per 2080 requires the revision of the national strategy and the approval of the governmental decision. This process will advance in 2020 and will be finalized by May 2021. And the second cause, 2018 per 2034, requires the revision of Ordinance 11 per 2003 for clear provision regarding the constitution of the financial resources necessary for the final safe disposal. The revised ordinance was today approved by the Parliament. ANRE will strive to meet the European Commission requirements, and we will continue consistently in this direction. ANRE is responsible for completing the following important national projects: the final disposal for low and medium active waste, DFDESMA, until 2028, where detailed information about the DFDESMA status and future activities for finalization will be present in the next intervention by Ramona, the General Director, and the Deep Geological Repository for Spent Fuel until 2055. ANRE started and will continue in 2021 the research and development works for selection of host rock for potential sites based on selection criteria established by CNECAN using the AIA recommendation. The site selection studies will be completed in 2030. The nuclear facilities decommissioning is the responsibility of the authorization holders. Another role in the decommissioning activity is establishing and managing the financial resource for decommissioning, managing the radioactive waste resulting from the decommissioning activities. Romania is a founding member of IEA Vienna, and ANDR is the national point of contact with IEA Vienna. Another role is to ensure the promotion and follow-up of the development of the national projects carried out with the IEA support, including the fulfillment of Romania's obligation. In 2021, we will participate to international events, and we are open to any international cooperation in the field of nuclear energy and the management of the safe storage of radioactive waste. Public acceptation is very important for the Nuclear Agency and for radioactive waste. Communication is an important element for achieving our objectives. Communication through the media is facilitated by the interest for the radioactive waste management. In 2020, ANDR organized in Salini, together with Nuclearelectrica, the event Nuclearelectrica Day. Active discussion with the representative of the Salini local authorities, meeting and support to the school children community from the Salini Gymnasium School. In 2021, another public information center will be open in Salini, I hope until April, and start to operate continuously for the public information about the FEDESMA project. In conclusion, 2020, a year in the difficult context caused by the COVID pandemic. However, ANDR has made significant progress in the meeting its objectives. 2021, we pursued the permanent improvement of our activities, especially in the field of management of the final disposal project, especially the FEDESMA, which must be completed by 2028. Involvement of the specialized and experienced companies interested in the ANDR projects by establishing long-term partnership will be one of our directions. ANDR will maintain an open dialogue with the decision makers and specialists in the field from Romania and from international organizations, including Canada, Canadian organizations and companies, to identify the best way to develop the nuclear field in Romania. Thank you.
For your presentation, and now I give the floor to Ms. Ramona Popescu. We are listening to you. You have the floor, Ms. Popescu.
Thank you very much. At the outset, let me also congratulate the organizers together with the Canadian Embassy for this excellent initiative. This is a very good base for future collaboration between Romania and Canada. My presentation that will be delivered today, it approaches one of our main investment projects, which is the near surface repository called the FEDESMA. So in Romania, the near surface repository for the final disposal of low and interim level waste, short-lived, is called the FEDESMA. NDR represents the implementing entity, the owner, and the operator of this repository. Cernavoda NPP is the main generator with 2 CANDU nuclear units in operation and another 2 foreseen to be finalized. The already conditioned radioactive waste will be disposed in the FEDESMA in accordance with the technical specifications, which will be issued by ANDR. The policy and strategy for radioactive waste management in Romania is established by ANDR in consultation with stakeholders, and afterwards it is approved by the government of Romania. CENECAN is an independent regulatory body subordinated to the Romanian government, responsible for the regulation, control, and authorization of nuclear and radioactive facilities. The FEDESMA is located in the perimeter of Salini village, Constanța County. and it is situated in the exclusion zone of Cernavoda NPP, being located about 350 meters from Cernavoda NPP site. The required surface area of the entire project is approximately 42 hectares. Several studies have been completed to emphasize the characteristics of the Defedesma Salini site. About the characteristic of the repository, the maximum storage capacity will be of around 122,000 cubic meters of radioactive waste, low and medium activity, short-lived, treated and conditioned. 64 disposal cells with 4 cells grouped on a foundation plate, and 384 disposal modules will be located on 3 levels in a disposal cell. The disposal modules will be the responsibility of waste generators, according to the ANDR requirements, the waste acceptance criteria. And the disposal modules will be filled with barrels or metal baskets of conditioned radioactive waste, and they will be cemented in order to assure a safe and controlled transportation to the Defedesma. The field disposal cells will be sealed and covered with several layers of artificial materials and natural ones in order to restore the natural appearance of the area. And of course, the reference design takes into account several projects like El Cabril from Spain or the project in France. A short description of this repository, it involves also that the Defedesma will be accomplished in 8 stages of investment. And the investment consists in the construction of the first 8 disposal cells. Concerning the licensing process, the Romanian regulatory body establishes the licensing process of the repository based on its specific norms. And based on this norm, the following steps lead to the implementation of the Defedesma: the site license, the design license, the construction license, the commissioning license, and the last one, the operation license. The required technical support documentation for each licensing step is indicated in the above mentioned norm. Concerning the development approach, the repository will be managed in accordance with the following approach. At the beginning, ANDR will sign a contract on engineering services in the first semester of this year with an estimated duration of 22 months in order to begin the preparatory activities of the project. Next, an EPC type contract will be signed by ANDR in the first semester of 2023 for the completion of the Defedesma, including the activities regarding to engineering, construction, commissioning, initial operation, and this is to be completed until 2028. We are pleased to present you our plans for this year, and we are in process to publish the invitation to tender for the engineering services concerning the Defedesma project. Then, by May, we expect to receive the technical and financial bids for the Defedesma engineering services, and in July, we hope to complete the negotiations with the selected supplier and to sign the contract. Of course, by August, we expect to have the effective date of the Defedesma engineering services contract. Concerning the cost estimation of this contract, this was proposed through a market consultation that was conducted by our agency in September and October last year. The engineering services contract will be financed from the financial resources for the safe disposal of radioactive waste that are managed by our institution. The engineering services contract will have 3 main scopes. Namely, the first one is a throughout review and update of the existing studies and documentation. The following documents will be delivered to NDR updated, namely the feasibility study, the radiological safety assessment for the Defedesma site licensing, the preliminary waste acceptance criteria, the pre-operational environmental monitoring plan. The second scope of the contract is to support us in the preparation of the necessary documents in order to get the necessary licenses, which are the environmental agreement, the Defedesma site license that is to be granted by CENECAN, and the Defedesma design license also that is to be granted by CENECAN. And finally, the third main scope of the contract will be support in the preparation of procurement documents for EPC type contract. And it involves the request for bids for the DEFEDESMA contract, the reception and analysis of bids from the technical point of view, selection of the best bid, and also negotiation of the contract on technical aspects. All these activities have to be performed under NDR staff supervision and in accordance with the Romanian legislation. In conclusion, managing radioactive waste is a duty of responsibility towards future generations. NDR takes on this responsibility to manage the radioactive waste in order to ensure that it will not be hazardous to the people and to the environment. DEFEDESMA represents a unique national project of strategic importance. DEFEDESMA site has been selected in accordance with the requirements of CENECA norms and guidelines. The implementation of the DEFEDESMA project is a challenge for our agency. We are looking forward for future cooperation and solutions with experienced and recognized partners in the field of radioactive waste management. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Popescu. Now we move on to the third presentation of the panel. I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Wilson.
Thank you very much. While I bring up my presentation, I'll share my screen. There we are. So thank you to the organizers of this event. I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on the NWMO's siting and technical activities in support of used nuclear fuel management in Canada. As a quick introduction to the NWMO, we were formed in 2002 as required by the Nuclear Fuel Waste Act. We are a not-for-profit organization with the mandate for the safe, long-term management of Canada's used nuclear fuel. Following a comprehensive options analysis in consultation with Indigenous and non-Indigenous people from coast to coast, the NWMO proposed adaptive phase management to the government in 2005. And it was approved in 2007. It is both a technical method and a management system. The endpoint is a deep geological repository to safely isolate the used fuel. Between 2007 and 2009, the NWMO developed a siting process to identify an informed and willing host community in a technically suitable geological setting for the project. The NWMO launched our site selection process in May 2010, and by September 2012, 22 communities expressed interest to learn more about the project. Today, we have narrowed the number of communities down to 2 siting regions through a process of progressively more detailed social and technical assessments. The NWMO expects to make the final site selection decision by the end of 2023. Focusing now on the NWMO's technical program, we have 2 key streams supporting our development of site-specific preliminary safety assessments. Those include our site investigations and our proof testing of our engineered barrier system design. We are conducting a number of field assessments in our 2 siting locations, including drilling and testing of deep boreholes up to 1 kilometer in length. We log the core retrieved from these boreholes and conduct a number of geomechanical, geochemical, and mineralogical testing and analysis. Down the hole testing includes geophysical logging, hydraulic packer testing, vertical seismic profiling, and opportunistic groundwater sampling. And the integration of this information help us understand the geological suitability of the site. This work is complemented with additional assessments such as 2D and 3D seismic surveys, regional microseismic monitoring, and shallow groundwater monitoring. To demonstrate that our purpose-built designed for can-do fuel, use fuel containers, and our engineered barrier system design will perform as expected, we have been conducting a proof testing program over the past 7 years. This program has included the development of specialized processes, including hybrid laser arc welding for closure welds, electrodeposition and cold spray copper coating processes, and large-scale, highly compacted bentonite blocks. We have also designed, fabricated, and commissioned first-of-a-kind equipment and components to support our serial production trials of our engineered barrier system elements. Through each of these phases of the proof test program, we have developed the testing and inspection processes and equipment to confirm performance. The final step in this program is a full-scale emplacement demonstration that will commence later this year and conclude in 2022. While the NWMO have in-house subject matter experts in all disciplines, we rely on our international counterparts, industry, academia, and research excellence in Canada and abroad to support and collaborate on our work. I would like to thank you again for the opportunity to provide an update and discuss some of the exciting technical developments at the NWMO. I'd be pleased to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Jason van Waart.
Thanks, Gabrielle. Just let me share my screen. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Today, I am coming to you as the Vice President of Nuclear Waste Management and Commercial Services at OPG, but I also play a role with Laurentis Energy Partners, and we recently opened a facility in Bucharest. So I'm very much looking forward to the opportunity to come back to Bucharest and visit all my colleagues and see how things are going in person. So at OPG, in terms of nuclear waste management, we have the responsibility for all of the interim storage and processing of low-level, intermediate-level waste produced at Bruce Power and at OPG, at Ontario Power Generation. First, I'll talk a little bit about the oversight and regulatory aspects of the program and how we manage things. As most of you would know, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission regulates our radioactive waste programs. Our Canadian Standards Association follows IAEA guidance, and we have the same classifications of low, intermediate, and high-level waste. Currently, at OPG, all storage is interim and structures at the surface. But as you heard Derek say, work is underway on a used fuel depository, and we are also working quite recently, quite very recently. There's meetings ongoing now with the Canadian government around a public review to look at integrated solutions for our low and intermediate level waste, long-term disposal solutions. So at OPG, we've been in the waste business for almost 50 years. First production of electricity of a CANDU reactor was in 1968. During the 70s and 80s, we worked diligently to put together our waste services that service, as I said, the Pickering facility, the Darlington facility, and our friends now at Bruce Power. No other company in Canada or any other utility in Canada can match OPG's scope and diversity of services. We manage all levels of waste, including fuel, right from the beginning, taking it out of the core, to putting in our dry fuel storage containers and into interim storage. We have our own transportation fleet that allows us to move various waste products across the province. And we have one of only 2 incinerators in North America for radioactive waste. This is a key part of how we manage our radioactive waste. And we have an excellent safety record. I think that's one of the most important things to state. In over 50 years of radioactive waste transportation, we are proud to say we've never had an injury to any of our drivers or any members of the public, and we've never had a release of radiation. So what do we really focus on at OPG? We focus on stewardship. We have 3 pillars: stewardship, lasting solutions, and peace of mind. How do we implement these? One of the key things for us is the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. We want to divert waste at the source when we can. We want to find ways to reuse our materials where we can, and we want to recycle things where we can. One of the first steps, and we're spending a lot of time and energy in to develop further techniques, is sort and segregation, including right at the source as products come out of the reactor, and to find ways to divert these clean items away from long-term storage. Materials that we can reduce at the site reduce our overall costs, mean we have to build less buildings, and it helps maintain our public support. Close to half of all the low-level materials are incinerated. As I mentioned, that incinerator is really key to our processing capability. We also do a substantial amount of compaction to help reduce our volumes. One of the big focuses for the nuclear waste division at OPG over the next few years is innovation and looking at ways to support the 3 R's. In particular, we're really focused on sort and segregation of low-level waste as it originates from our power plants. We've just recently opened what we call our Clean Energy Materials Sorting and Recycling Research Institute, or Innovate. It's a partnership between an OPG-owned company, Laurentis Energy Partners, and McMaster University. This facility in Hamilton, Ontario, is able to process upwards of 7,000 cubic meters of waste annually. And beyond being industry scale, what we're looking for here is a number of research initiatives to help us characterize the waste better as it comes in, to help us look at automation techniques, and also to help overall reduce the impact to our facilities in the end and our volume of storage at the end. So we're going to look at this for over 2 years, this project, and hopefully what we will do is, coming out of that project, have a number of new initiatives and new innovations that we can adopt for our long-term waste sorting and segregation facilities that we plan to build in the Bruce County area and in the Pickering area. I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the next presentation, I give the floor to Ms. Veronica Andre. Thank you, Gabriela. Can you see the screen? Very well. It's an honor to participate in this panel, which allows me to introduce several strategic aspects in radioactive waste in NPP Cernavodă. The Romanian legislation provides that Nuclearelectrica, the operator of NPP Cernavodă, has responsibilities with regard to the predisposal of radioactive waste, decommissioning of nuclear installations, payments to the funds for decommissioning and disposal of radioactive waste, as well as developing and implementing radioactive and spent fuel strategies that are in line with the national strategy in the same respect on the medium term. Actually, my colleagues from the Nuclear and Radioactive Waste Agency have already introduced that strategy. That strategy involves safe, medium, and long-term management of spent fuel and radioactive waste, the near-surface repository, and the geological repository for LILW in the future. Low and intermediate level waste storage on Cernavodă NPP site means that we ensure the necessary facility for intermediate storage of solid radioactive waste. On site, there are facilities for intermediate disposal of LIL, and we also manage spent fuel. When it comes to spent fuel strategy, we store for at least 6 years in the reactor spent fuel bay, and for the next 50 years, at least 50 years, this spent fuel is stored in a dry spent fuel storage facility, in Romanian DICA. The future strategy, or the updated strategy for the management of radioactive waste from Cernavodă NPP, what really matters now, and now it's the moment when we promote important projects on the platform, such as the refurbishment of Unit 1 and the continuation of the building works for Unit 3 and 4. This is another environmental project is the heavy water detretation facility in Cernavodă Detretation Facility, CTRF. They aim for two important objectives, namely to increase intermediate storage capacity. First, we aim to expand the capacity of the existing intermediate storage facility. We will move from max store 200 to max store 400. And this way, our storage capacity, intermediate spent fuel storage facility, will increase with a view to the final geological repository and ensure the possibility to have 2 cycles of operation storage facilities. We will make available new storage volumes for low and intermediate level waste. When it comes to our current objectives and future objectives as well, we focus on continuing the performance already achieved by our colleagues in Cernavodă, namely maintaining a low volume of radioactive waste. We have minimization, cleanup, compaction, treatment activities on site. We also incinerate or melt radioactive waste. Our objectives envisage the final storage facility that will be commissioned by ANDR in 2028, a project that we fully support. Also, we focus on updating the initial decommissioning plan for Cernavodă NPP Unit 1 and 2 and the intermediate spent fuel storage facility. All these projects that will be implemented on the site of Cernavodă NPP will have to work together.
Thank you.
We also think of updating the decommissioning plan by taking into consideration the fact that we need to update the inventory of radioactive waste and develop an integrated approach to waste disposal. For that, we need to continue cooperation with our partners because the success of these activities relies on the efforts of the experts working in Cernavodă NPP together with the efforts of COG, CANDU Owners Group, since Cernavoda is a member of COG. And also, Cernavoda NPP resorts to foreign experience and expertise working with different contractors of radioactive waste from Romania, Canada, Korea, and other EU member states. Thank you for your attention, and I'm very happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronica.
I would like
thank
to
you
thank
to all the
all
speakers.
the speakers.
I think we have time for at least one question. I think we could go on for as long as we have available. We could talk for 5 hours more if allowed. But anyway, let's just take one question. Actually, I have a question. I have a question for Jason.
Okay.
What types of waste do you incinerate in North America? What kind of waste is accepted? Organic liquid, solvents? Thank you very much.
Yes, both of those, along with some of what we call, what we call, well, the word escapes me at the moment, but gloves and clothing and other articles, items that have been discarded during work at the power plants.
So organic liquids as well.
Correct.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? It seems the audience doesn't have any other doesn't have questions, but if you have comments, I have a question for Mr. Wilson. Could Mr. Wilson tell us if there were any improvements to the geological repository of waste fuel, of spent fuel? Any improvements to that technology? We are very interested in that. We're interested in the Canadian concept, and we would like to hear more. Perhaps we could organize a seminar, a workshop with the help of our colleagues from the Nuclear Agency and for radioactive waste. Perhaps we could do a seminar on that.
So thank you very much for that question. You know, we have seen a lot of technical innovation and improvements in methods, both in terms of our geological work. We have right now ongoing research at 18 universities. The majority of them are within Canada, but they are developing new techniques and new methodologies for which we can examine some of the core, get the geochemical properties, pore water extraction. And what we're seeing now is that we're into the field and we're actually applying and getting into the investigations. We're transitioning that R&D into practice. And so we're seeing quite a few new advances in terms of our work in the down the hole testing, vertical seismic profiling, for instance, where we can actually go and vertically, put seismic stations down the boreholes and get an extent to which the fracture network looks like at various depths. The technology from which we're getting our hydraulic testing and our ability to get down to, K factors of 10 to the minus 12, 10 to the minus 14. So we have a lot of innovation in the geological realm that we're applying. We're also learning from our colleagues. There's a lot of experience from Finland, Sweden, Switzerland has their drilling program ongoing right now. So there's a lot of collaborative information available through that process as well. And then we're able to actually translate some of that into our engineering test work as well. And so from some of the technological advances we've made there, we're transitioning some of the findings from our geological studies into those. So I think an opportunity to get together and to discuss, opportunities and our lessons learned and some of the innovations that we've been able to realize in this program. I'd be happy to do that.
I would add that while we won't be going ahead with our DGR at OPG, at least not in the Bruce County area, we'd be happy to share the information and what we learned during that process, because it was conducted for a number of years.
Thank you very much for that. Very interesting topics, and definitely this would lead to debate even after the panel is closed. Once again, I'd like to thank all the speakers. I'd like to thank the audience. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much, Mrs. Teodorov, for acting as a moderator. Thank you to the speakers. It was a very interesting session. I noticed that we received a few questions on the platform, and we will do as promised. I will be collecting the comments and the questions, and I will forward them to you. So that's it for now. So this session is closed. We're preparing for the second panel of the day. The second panel is focused, is dedicated to small modular reactors. It is one of the hottest topics of today. So let's take a 10-minute break. Stay with us. We'll go live in 10 minutes.
Architects and engineers are just two of the many kinds of professionals who possess skills in demand around the world. The temporary entry provisions of the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement facilitates temporary travel or relocation for select Canadian business persons to the European Union and vice versa. Each member state is different, but generally, CETA includes temporary entry commitments related to contractual service suppliers and independent professionals in sectors such as accounting and bookkeeping services, construction and related engineering services, environmental services, and advertising services. CETA also facilitates the movement of short-term business visitors, investors, and key personnel, including intra-company transferees. With CETA, Canadian companies have more certainty and predictability when conducting business abroad, establishing and maintaining a presence in the EU, and when bidding on contracts. CETA also provides a framework to streamline the negotiation of mutual recognition agreements of foreign qualifications in certain sectors between Canadian and EU regulators and/or professional bodies. CETA's temporary entry provisions do not provide access to permanent jobs in the European Union or in Canada. They make it easier for highly skilled business people and enterprises to conduct their important work, and operations across borders, like ensuring expertise and after-sales service, can be offered after the fact. With CETA, Canadian service suppliers and firms are on a more equal footing with their European Union competitors. Find out how CETA opens doors for you. Contact the Trade Commissioner Service.
Have a proud and shared nuclear history. Of course, the centerpiece of this has been our shared history on the CANDU reactor. The CANDU is a wonderful design, and as we've heard over the last day or two, is that it's going to continue to be a safe and reliable power for grid size and baseload power for years to come. However, as we all know, there is a new class of reactors, collectively called small modular reactors, or SMRs, that hold significant promise for the next generation of nuclear power in terms of flexibility, base load power, but also into smaller off-grid communities that haven't been accessible to nuclear power previously. Safety, new accident-tolerant fuels, walk-away safety, and of course, cost, both operating costs, but perhaps the biggest opportunity is with regard to capital cost. And these are, offers in for more affordable for state-owned utilities, but it also offers the possibility of private sector investment, which has never been heard of before in nuclear power. So I think the potential of cost reductions are perhaps the biggest opportunity for the supply chain. Innovative aspects such as factory-built modular construction, fleet production, different fuel types and coolants, power conversion history or systems. Of course, there's traditional valves and piping. So all of these offer opportunities for supply chains for both Romania and Canada. Today's panel is focused on SMRs and the efforts underway in both countries. I think you'll agree that we have a very distinguished group of speakers who can speak authoritatively on SMR technologies and plans. First, we'll hear from Dr. Dan Sârbanescu, who will talk about national and multinational activities underway at SNN. Second, we'll hear from Mr. Paul Thompson, cooperation between Canadian utilities on the development and deployment of SMRs in Canada. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Iliu Turcu, who will talk about the lead-fast reactor demonstration project, ELFRID. And finally, we'll hear from Dr. Gina Strati, who will talk about SMR research and demonstration activities underway at the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories. So up first, we have Dr. Dan Sârbanescu. Dan is an expert on nuclear safety and risk at the Technical and Nuclear Safety Division at SNN. He has more than 4 decades of experience in the nuclear field, construction, design, fabrication, and licensing at various executive and managerial positions, on which half in Romania, connected with Cernavodă, and half abroad, as PRA project manager of PBMR in South Africa, and as the European Commission nuclear staff member at JRC, and the DG ENR at ENER Luxembourg, with activities focused on safety and risk for nuclear advanced systems. He has a PhD of nuclear engineering from the Bucharest Central Institute of Physics. Thanks very much, Dan. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to talk about today about Nuclearelectrica activities on SMRs. There are three parts. First, the context in which we are talking about that, and the company main objectives, and the place of SMRs in them, within them, and the SNN activities themselves. The context, as you know, is favorable to SMRs. There are a lot of issues of technical and economical nature which make them favorable for the future. At national level, we have in the nuclear strategy included SMR and generation 4 type of reactors in our plans. It is still at the level of the draft project, not approved yet, but we are looking forward to get all the details included in it, and the SMR role to be underlined even more. On the other side, you are very well aware, I'm sure, about the fact that there is a very, very complicated situation in Europe related to nuclear in general and to SMRs in particular. And that makes the context. Now, SNN, our company, has one of the objectives to diversify the portfolio of activities, and that is why we are looking on SMRs and generation 4. Now, related to the activities, I'll talk about them on various levels. So first, international multilateral level. We are involved in IEA SMR related projects such as INPRO, regional projects on SMRs. We participate in new activities like FORATOM. We are part of various task forces on SMRs, the task force on SMR in general, the task force on SMR use for hydrogen, SNETP, Falcon, European Union, various other European Union entities and policies. We just received a grant from USTDA to support for the review of sites for SMRs in general. And we are part of regional European initiatives addressing the issue of the European Commission to the European Commission related to SMRs, like the Tallinn Declaration, the EDF letter. We wrote our own letter to support EDF letter. And we learn more about the progress. We want to learn more about the progress of the different SMR technologies. And that is the place where the closer contact with the Canadian experience and the situation is very important for us. Now, the goal at European level with the potential USA and Canadian support is to create a pool of SMR supporting organization in order to address to the European Commission, so that to consider this issue as an important one, to give a solution for the way safety directives and other regulations are to be interpreted as far as SMRs are concerned. And in order to do that, of course, as I mentioned in the beginning, the support from Canada is important, and that's why we are looking very careful and with hopes to this interface with Canada. At international bilateral level, we signed a memorandum of understanding with NuScale, and we signed, and we are in a renew phase with Falcon on the memorandum of understanding. We have closer contacts of various types with other technology developers, and we are extremely interested in what is going on, and we are following what is going on in Canada on that topic. And that is mainly because of the fact that we are actually tightly connected to the fuel cycle, and the strategy, the nuclear strategy was adopted 40 years ago with the Canadian approach. Now, related to the NuScale technology, we are interested in the resolution of various issues related to licensing, as they were decided in the United States by NRC, and so that to be able to support the way they will be solved in Romania with the compliance to the European Commission requirements, various siting issues related to SMRs, and on the other side, there is a group of issues which we have in mind related to the development of SMRs in Generation 4. So we are not looking only at the product of SMRs, but also on the fact that during the research and design process, they will discover, and they are developing, and they are proving a lot of technologies and new approaches, which are technology free, and they can be used for Generation 2 plus, Generation 3, and so on. Like, for instance, electrical connection to the grid, better connection to the grid, digital solutions for plant control and interface with new generation of operators. We are building for the next 60 years. So the plants of SMR type will be operated by people that will be from generation beta, not alpha even. Then we have maintenance progress and technologies, and we have also the support for screening the possible sites. At national level, we are looking at better interface with the Waste Management Agency, which for which there was a panel before ours. And also we have a memorandum of understanding. We consider it very important to coordinate at the national level with the Research Institute in Pitești, National Nuclear Research Institute, in order to support the nuclear power programs policymakers in Romania. Now, related to this interface with the Nuclear Research Institute in Pitești, the goal is to strengthen the approach and the background and the professional attitude in the country for the new technologies. The objectives are more refined, are related to the fact that first we have to confirm the existing nuclear plants and to support them, to continue to support them. Next, we have to maintain the existing production capabilities so that to be able to keep the pace with nuclear technology. And third, of course, to revigorate this capacity and to prepare it and to adapt it for the new technologies. Now, there are several five areas of interest on which we are looking. One is to be updated continuously on the situation on SMRs, which is changing quite fast. On the another side, another aspect is to identify and to define the preferred energy development scenarios for our case, for national case. And then to look at this most likely scenario and to see how to implement it. And then to develop a roadmap, a detailed roadmap with all stakeholders involved so that to actually go on to do it. In line with that, I would like to mention that we have in mind a three stages implementation of new nuclear technologies. At first, we would expect that first step will be not just a jump in an unknown. We would like to start from type of SMRs which are as close as possible to the light water reactor technologies, which we already know quite well. And that could be no scale, but that could be anything else of water type SMRs. Then next step would be to, by the time the technology of generation 4 will be implemented, including and mostly our alpha type, then to look at it and to start implementation. And the third would be to look at the whole nuclear fuel cycle. And that's where we are extremely interested in what is going on in Canada, because we have high similarities with in the problems, and we are sure that in the solutions with the Canadian approach. Now, related to some specifics of SMR use in our case, there are some issues. So we are looking on applications of SMRs for use for the heat, for hydrogen production, and also something which is highly actual for our situation is to use SMRs as fast as possible in combination with gas and renewables as part of the Green Deal projects in the European Union to build energy platforms so that to help the reconstruction of ecological damaged areas, which is of high priority for us in this moment. They are not only ecological damage, they are economically and socially disturbed, highly disturbed areas. And that could give a high impact to the use of SMRs in our country. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Dr. Săbănescu. There's lots to think about there. So next up, we have Mr. Paul Thompson. And Paul Thompson is the Senior Strategic Advisor working in the Advanced Small Modular Reactor team at New Brunswick Power. He was a member of the steering committee that developed the Pan-Canadian SMR roadmap and is a member of the CANDU Owners Group COG CEO SMR Forum Working Group and the COG SMR Technology Forum. He graduated from Engineering Mathematics program at Queen's University, specializing in the fields of thermal sciences and nuclear engineering. He has spent over 41 years in the nuclear power industry, working in various technical and senior managerial roles at Atomic Energy of Canada and New Brunswick Power. He has a long history in the development of various reactor types. Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try sharing my screen. Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to talk to you today about the Canadian Nuclear Utilities cooperation on the development and deployment of small modular reactors. I think it's important first to take a look at the overall scene in Canada. As opposed to when we developed the CANDU reactor, where we had a central federal design and development and research company, AECL, that situation is very different now. As you know, several years ago, the laboratory as well as the engineering companies were split off and privatized. And this has led some challenge in terms of the development and introduction of new nuclear technologies. And the industry has met this challenge through close collaboration, cooperation, and alignment, not only between the Canadian nuclear utilities, but the entire industry. Leveraging the strengths that we have through our operations experience, our great supply chain, our national laboratories, our universities, and our world-class nuclear regulator. As we've discussed as well, it also means that the introduction of these new technologies is likely going to be by a different financial model, which would involve both private and public partnerships. We're very fortunate in Canada that nuclear aligns with many of the federal government's priorities, such as climate change, economic development, and science and innovation. And our minister, Federal Minister of Natural Resources, Seamus O'Regan, has clearly come out and indicated that nuclear is an essential part of a climate change solution, i.e. there's no net zero without nuclear power. And while that means that we'll need to continue to operate our existing nuclear fleet well and reliably and safely, we'll need to refurbish our large units, and we need to look towards new nuclear. And depending upon the region and the overall situations, we believe SMRs can offer some advantages over new builds of the current generation in certain instances and regions. And this is certainly what Romania is identifying, is that they need to have a mix of both existing generations, new nuclear, large generation, as well as look at SMRs. NRCan convened a group of interested provinces and territories and utilities to develop what we called an SMR roadmap. And that was issued in 2018. And it identified the overall potential benefits and the approach that could be taken in order to make SMRs a reality. We've also been very fortunate that the Canadian government has also now come out and clearly indicated that nuclear is a form of clean energy. And that's paves the way to allow for some improvements in financing, ability to get financing. This is the group that has been most closely working together: Ontario Power Generation, Saskatchewan Power, Bruce Power, New Brunswick Power, Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, CANDU Owners Group, and the Canadian Nuclear Association. And we've been working closely to achieve industry alignment on a framework for coordinated SMR development and deployment strategies. This group works with other critical groups in order to produce sets of deliverables. For example, we formed an industry SMR secretariat, which provided our response to the action plan. The action plan takes the recommendations in the SMR roadmap and puts it into discrete actions to progress towards the development and deployment of SMRs. We've also had a group that determined the overall contribution that SMRs could make to greenhouse gas reduction. We work closely with the Canadian Nuclear Association in discussions with the federal government for specific support and risk sharing on the introduction of our first deployment of SMRs. We've engaged discussions with the nuclear regulator to look at areas of improving efficiencies. There are certainly no barriers to introducing SMRs in Canada. We have a robust regulatory regime that's risk-based and risk-informed, I should say, and allows for different technologies. But there's some areas where we could improve our efficiencies. Many of these designs use a new form of enriched fuel referred to as high-assay, low-enriched uranium. And so we've got a task force that is looking at how do we introduce this new fuel types into Canada. As we last session talked about the importance of waste management, and therefore many of these SMRs will produce different types of high-level waste than what we have with the CANDU. And so we've got working groups looking to ensure how we make sure that we can manage this economically, safely, so that this does not become an impediment. And in fact, looking at the potential for recycling fuel. We've got a number of acts that are up for renewal in the near future, both with regards to nuclear security and nuclear liability. And that offers us the potential to ensure that those are modernized and are open to the new types of technologies that we're looking to introduce. It's not just the industry that's working together. The provinces of Ontario, Saskatchewan, and New Brunswick in 2019 got together and signed a memorandum of understanding for the development and deployment of SMRs. There are a number of deliverables that are being produced by that group, which is a feasibility report, which I'll speak to in a minute, and a strategic deployment plan. Earlier this summer, the province of Alberta has indicated its intent to join, as it's interested in exploring the potentials of SMR to reduce the carbon footprint in the oil sands and other heavy industries, and also eventually to reduce the carbon aspects of their electricity sector. The feasibility study looks at what is the overall strategy for rolling this new technology out. It identifies how they align with major policy initiatives of the federal government. It looks at the potential economic benefits that this deployment will produce and what's required to make this tremendous opportunity a reality. As outlined in the feasibility report, we've outlined a 3 equal priority parallel stream for deployment of SMRs in Canada. And I'll explain those briefly. Stream 1 is a grid size reactor that is near readily deployable. And the view would be to have that in operation at the Darlington new nuclear site by the end of 2028. That would also pave the way of de-risking potential projects of a couple of units in Saskatchewan in the early 2030s. There are 3 technologies that are currently under review by OPG and SaskPower, and they will make a technology selection by the end of this year. And those 3 technologies are the GE boiling water reactor X300, the X-Energy X100, XE100, and the terrestrial IMSR 300. Stream 2 are the Generation 4 advanced small modular reactors being developed in New Brunswick. And these bring additional benefits above and beyond what the more readily available technologies can offer, and they would be deployed in the early to mid 2030s. These would be able to, these have inherent safety characteristics, which allows the designs to be much simpler, much cheaper. They are high temperature, which allows them to have more applications for cogen, hydrogen production, use with heavy industries, etc. The ability to recycle their fuel, and in one case, to use the spent fuel from the CANDU reactor. Stream 3 are for the micro SMRs. These are the very small SMRs that could be used for in remote applications, such as remote northern communities, or for resource extraction, where there's no grid application. As I mentioned, all three streams are being progressed in parallel. As we've discussed earlier, SMRs allow the potential for greenhouse gas reduction, both through reducing the greenhouse gas for electrical generation by displacing current oil, coal, or gas, in transportation, either through electrification or the generation of hydrogen, within heavy industry, either through heat or hydrogen generation, and at home with regards to either electrification or hydrogen generation.
Oh, 1 minute.
So we look forward to the potential for greater collaboration between Canada and Romania, and to leverage our existing cooperation to explore the potential for SMR applications abroad. And as I listen to Dr. Surbanescu, I see a lot of parallels between the approach that Romania is looking at right now and our three-stream approach in Canada, and the types of applications such as hydrogen generation, use for heat, and the benefits. So I think there's a lot of potential areas where we can collaborate, and we'll look very forward to future discussions on this. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much, Paul. Next up, we have Mr. Ili Turcu, who has 49 years of research experience in the nuclear field as an employee of the Institute for Nuclear Research. He was the team leader of the thermal hydraulic training simulator projects and PSA for CANDU technology in the Institute as support for Chernobyl Units 1 and 2. He was involved and coordinated several technical cooperation projects and research contracts with the IAEA and research agreements with AECL. Mr. Turcu has managed the ICN Nuclear Safety Research Program and has contributed to the development of Romanian National Nuclear Program. During the last decade, he is involved in the development of research programs together with partners at the European level related to Generation 4. Mr. Turcu, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much for the opportunity to present our project. Our project refers to the lead fast reactor technology demonstrator with quick neutrons. So I'll start with a few words about our institute. The General Director, Mr. Cătălin Ducu, had the presentation in the panel before. He spoke about the Mioven platform, so I will not go into details about that. I would just like to say that currently we have about 600 employees, out of which 170 are employed in R&D. Our research activities are conducted as part of 18 R&D programs that are funded by the Ministry of Energy. And we also have a series of research contracts. particularly in the context of international and European cooperation. Program 12 is dedicated to the advanced reactors research, and most of the effort is directed currently towards the Alfred reactor. We have about 14 full-time equivalents involved in this process. This is a map of Romania, and it mentions the region where, it indicates the region where Mioveni is located. This is important to note because the distribution of the funds, particularly European funds, is done based on region. A few words now about the International Forum for the Fourth Generation. This is managed by the National Agency for Nuclear Agency of OCNI, within the 6 systems the lead-cooled fast reactor system is also represented, and 6 countries joined in on the effort: the United States, Russia, Korea, Japan, Euratom, and China most recently. Of course, I believe that everyone is familiar with the advantages, the benefits of the fast reactors. In terms of the efficiency of using the fuel, also in terms of nuclear safety, as well as minimizing, reducing substantially waste, the final waste, the highly reactive final waste. Within the Institute, we took a commitment on the LFR technology. Our commitment started in 2007 with the occasion of our participation in 2 European projects, which were aimed at this technology. We have the LC project. The objective was a conceptual project for an LFR reactor. And then the LEADER project. The LEADER project was launched following the conclusions of the first project. And a decision was made to go through with this smaller reactor of 100 megawatts. Then we had a series of initiatives for the purpose of promoting our activity. It is important to note the fact that the Falcom consortium was set up in 2013, and I will refer to it on the next slide. Also, there was intense participation of the Institute in other specialized international actions, the SNETP, the initiative of the industry for nuclear energy, sustainable nuclear energy. Also, the strategic document of the European Union for technology, sustainable technologies, for ROMATOM, and also ENS and the Scientific Council. Our institute contributed and continues to contribute significantly to those efforts. At national level, we promoted this project in the various national strategies. These strategies are, of course, required in order to meet the funding conditionalities at European level, but also at national level. I'm referring, of course, to the energy strategy, the national R&D strategy, the regional development strategy, the roadmap for the research and development infrastructure, the national research plan. We also developed the partnerships at national level with the universities. We have the CESINA partnership, and also we have a partnership with the industry. So please, Mr. Turcu, could you please conclude, says Gabriel. Yes, of course. Please. So here is the Falcon consortium, established in 2013. I think everybody knows about this. And the target for the achievement of the generator is 2030. Here are some characteristics of the Alfred reactor. The purpose of the project is to demonstrate that it is sustainable and that is safe. That this generation 4 LFR technology is sustainable and safe. Reference site, Romania, Mioveni, the Mioveni platform. It is, in fact, a European project. We are looking forward to getting funds from Europe as well. We are expecting the financial resources from Europe. And currently we are reviewing the conceptual design of the reactor. We are also preparing the licensing process, and we are promoting the project for funding the next steps. We defined,
if you could please wrap up,
a research infrastructure.
Thanks.
Please, Mr. Turcu, wrap up, says Gabriel. So as I was saying, we have a research infrastructure in support to Alfred and the LFR. Here, this is an indication of the main actions of these infrastructures. I would just like to say before I conclude about the status of the infrastructures. Currently, we completed the contracting of the first infrastructure, Athena and ChemLab, which amount to 22 million euros, with a commissioning deadline 2023. For the rest of the infrastructures, we are also in advanced phases. We're doing the feasibility studies, and also the conceptual design is in progress. Of course, international cooperation is crucial in this project. And the main cooperation activities at European level, which are
Mr.
in
Turcu,
place.
could you, so we have time for everybody else. Could you please wrap up? Sorry for interrupting.
All right, so this slide refers to international cooperation. I just want to add that in our partnership with Canada, of course, we are very interested in the regulatory framework for the lead-cooled fast reactors. Thank you very much for your attention. I really do apologize for exceeding the time.
Thank you very much. So next up, we have Dr. Gina Strati. Dr. Strati is Director of the Energy Program at the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories. She is responsible for research and development activities relating to supporting the safe operation of the existing nuclear power generating stations, understanding nuclear fuels and fuel cycles, developing hydrogen technology, supporting the development and deployment of small modular reactors, and addressing federal research needs by developing technologies to meet greenhouse gas emission targets. She has been part of the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories for 18 years. Dr. Strati, the floor is yours. Dr. Strati, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now? I apologize. You would think after a year I would no longer be on mute when I talked. It's a pleasure to be part of the panel this morning, so I appreciate being part of this distinguished panel. As Steve mentioned, I'm with Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, and we are Canada's national nuclear lab focused on national priorities. We have a very diverse team and are involved in a variety of activities and projects across the country. Our research labs are, of course, centered at the Chalk River Laboratories, with a small group in New Brunswick at the National Innovation Center for Cybersecurity. We have three main missions at CNL, so we've undergone some restructuring, as Paul mentioned, so I wanted to just give you a snapshot of our organization. We're looking at restoring and protecting the environment through our environmental remediation projects, improving the health of Canadians through our research into medical isotopes, diagnostics and treatments, and of course, clean energy for today and tomorrow, which focuses on energy technologies like hydrogen, as well as support for the current CANDU fleet, and of course, the topic of today's panel, advanced reactors and small reactors. When approaching small reactors many years ago, we created a strategic initiative around our advanced reactors, small reactors. And there are really three parts to this strategic initiative. The first is really about siting a demonstration small reactor at a CNL managed site. So this was an open call and an invitation to technology developers who might be looking for a site to demonstrate their technologies. We wanted to partner with them in order to help deploy and develop their technologies. So we developed an invitation process and invited proposals to hear about their projects. We also have another piece of the strategic initiative, which is creating that technology hub. We're traditionally a country that has focused on CANDU technology mostly, although at Canadian Nuclear Laboratories and AECL before that, we did have many research activities in a variety of reactor technology, but we really wanted to build the skill set, expertise, testing facilities that were relevant for the reactor types that we thought had a high likelihood of being deployed in Canada. So we've been focusing very much on developing that skill set so we can support the technology developers and support the utilities that want to see deployment of these technologies in Canada. And the third part of our strategic initiative is what we're calling enabling projects. And these are projects that really support the other two pieces of this puzzle. They're projects like the Clean Energy Development Innovation Research Park, which is a demonstration park to show the ability of SMRs to work in a holistic energy environment, as well as the Canadian Nuclear Research Initiative, which is our cost-sharing initiative with SMR technology developers, where they submit proposals and we share the cost of research that is relevant to both of us. So that's a very popular program, and it really helps to move that development of technology forward. So I'm going to talk to you very briefly about each of these different steps. The first, of course, is our siting invitation process, which we launched in 2018, and you can see the four-step process before you on this slide. We have had very good interest in this particular process. You can see some of the technology developers that have passed our stage 1 and one developer, Global First Power, that is now in stage 3 of our invitation process. So stage 3 is where we start to talk about land arrangements, what site at the Chalk River Laboratories would be suitable for their reactor technology, and begin to look at the legal agreements around siting that demonstration project. So Global First Power is jointly owned by OPG and USNC, and we're very excited that this project is the first active SMR project in Canada. So they have submitted an application to prepare site at CNL, and it is the first project in Canada. So we're very excited to be the host of that microreactor project. This is a timeline. This is CNL's timeline for demonstrating a microreactor. We're looking to achieve first power in 2026, which in 2015 sounded like a very long time from now, but now that it is 2021, I think it's coming upon us very quickly. This is the timeline we think we need to achieve in order to meet that objective of 2026 with energy offtakes in 2027, 2028 timeframe. So we're currently on track, and we are feeling confident that we will achieve that goal. It's just a quick picture on the right. In my opening slide, you saw a picture of the Chalk River nuclear site. This is an aerial view, and the red square at the sort of in the center indicates where the Global First Power project will be situated. So you can see it's very close to the built-up area of our laboratories. Co-locating a demonstration project at the lab is a very great move for these developers. We have a full suite of facilities that will be able to support them in their deployment. Another piece of that SMR initiative was all around our R&D capabilities. And our program was put in place to help de-risk the development and deployment of small nuclear and advanced reactors in Canada. So we support the 3 streams that Paul mentioned in his talk. These are the areas that we focused in for our research program. Technology development, where we look at materials, integrity, and chemistry questions around the technology, for example. Regulatory support, maybe demonstrating some of the walkaway safe technologies, some of the fuels, and other areas that may be of interest to the regulators, so we can provide some science-based data for decision-making and regulatory support. Looking at areas of deployment, where we've looked at things from sensor networks to support deployment in remote areas with minimal staffing, for example. Operation, where we've looked at some human factors and other ways to support the operation of a fleet, for example, of microreactors from a central control area. And of course, environmental factors such as waste management and the impact of these reactors in the Canadian fuel cycle. Our Canadian Nuclear Research Initiative helps us move some of those research goals forward. We have done this for 2 years now, and looking at different focus areas every year when we launch this program. So this supports development, it helps support SMR deployment, it helps the technology developers move forward in some key areas of their technology development. Many of these reactors are based on previous technologies, modernized with more modern engineering involved in the technology development. And we're here to help support some of those key areas where there may still be questions or where they require perhaps a more structured approach to having that data to be able to submit cases to the regulator. So these are just some examples that we've looked at in the past, from tritium management, thermal hydraulics, even feasibility studies, cogeneration, and economic modeling to help the developers understand how their technology would fit into Canada's energy system. And lastly, I just wanted to leave you with a picture of a future project that we expect to have at Chalk River. It's our Clean Energy Development, Innovation, and Research Park. And this is envisioned as a demonstration platform for clean energy technologies centered around the small modular reactor project. This will be a way to truly show that these small modular reactors can work in conjunction with renewables, work as part of a smart grid, perhaps generate hydrogen, look at energy storage, and also other applications of small reactors. The value proposition of these small reactors, particularly the microreactors, is really about the application as much as the electricity generation. And we really want to show that you can create a holistic energy environment. People who perhaps are interested in microreactors and are not really clear on how they can work, perhaps with their existing green technologies, would be able to come to Chalk River and see a real demonstration of this. And we could collect data that would help to refine some of our hybrid energy system models. So I think this will be a very impactful project. We've completed a business plan this year, and assuming the financials look good and the project is well developed, I believe that we will be able to see this as part of our offerings at the Chalk River site. So I thank you very much for your attention, and hopefully I didn't go too quickly, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gina. Do we have time for perhaps one question for everyone? All right, I'll assume we do. There was a question from the floor. Maybe I can ask this, maybe this goes to Paul and to Dan. The OCNI has an action plan to build a pan-Canadian SMR supply chain. How might we develop, support development of that as part of or with collaboration with a Romanian SMR supply chain? Maybe Paul first and then Dan. Maybe just 1 minute each, please.
I think this is, OCNI has been very involved with discussions on the SMRs, and we really appreciate the support and interest they are showing. We certainly know that for the technology such as the ARC 100 and the Moltex SSRW that are being considered in New Brunswick, we've done supply chain assessments in terms of the components and what can be manufactured. And so we've got a pretty good appreciation. And so there's an overall methodology that does exist to determine what our existing capabilities are for manufacturing. So I think once we've got the micros, our stream 3s, which will be looked at, as well as once the technology is selected for stream 1, again, those supply chain assessments in terms of identifying what those capabilities are. We're really building on a lot of the great experience that we've had with refurbishments, and thus the supply chain is healthy in Canada, but looking forward to supplying the needs of the SMRs. So I think as that continues to develop, and Ron's been doing just an excellent job at the helm, we believe that certainly has the capability to support the developments in Romania. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Dan, would you like to comment?
Of course, for refurbishment of Unit 1, there is no doubt that we will benefit a lot from this experience. As far as SMRs are concerned, I think that the weight will move to the manufacturing, and that will be very interesting. Which kind of solutions will be adopted in Canada from the regulatory point of view and from the manufacturing point of view, from the receiver as inspections to the producer, to the manufacturer for the modules, because a lot of things which before were going on site, now they will take place in various manufacturing areas. That would be one. Another thing, maybe for medium and long term. As far as I know, there are some researches. I don't have a confirmation for that, on advanced fuel resistant to accidents, like for instance light bridge fuel, built for both for CANDU and for future SMRs. I wonder if it is a correct information.
Perfect. Thanks very much. I'm getting the signal that we have no more time for this session. My sincere apologies, but I think we've heard a lot today, and certainly if you're able to send some more questions, I'll work with the panel to respond to you separately. So with that, thank you very much to the speakers. I'm sure you're receiving a virtual applause, and I look forward to listening to the next sessions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank the moderator of this panel and each of the speakers who contributed one of the hot topics in the area of new technology for the future of nuclear industry. It's been very interesting, and I'm sure we will tackle the topic again, maybe during the Energy Strategy Summit in June this year. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're moving forward to the next panel. Before that, we will take a necessary technical break. Just a few minutes to prepare the next panel. The speakers in the next panel, as you know, and as you have seen in the agenda, will approach the topic of innovative applications of nuclear technologies. There will be 5 speakers. Moderator is James Concack, Canadian Nuclear Isotope Council. I will stop here, and we meet at 4:35 Romanian time.
This is a bicycle superhighway, a green commute pathway in Denmark. The country prides itself on keeping the way clear for travelers on their way to work or pleasure. So it needs rugged tree and snow clearing equipment that can handle every kind of climate challenge. Cold and hot weather challenges are our specialties, so this Canadian company has the perfect solution. When governments and other public bodies buy goods and services, it's called government procurement. The Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement provides opportunities for all Canadian companies to bid on procurement contracts in the European Union. This includes the member state governments, thousands of regional and local governments, and utilities. A market worth approximately $2.6 trillion annually. Bidders can use the Tenders Electronic Daily, or TED, to receive alerts about tenders and complete the application when a public body issues a contract notice, also known as a call to tender or a call for bids. Canada has also agreed to broad federal, provincial, and municipal procurement coverage, a way to ensure that taxpayers get the best value for their money. There are some important exceptions, as with all Canada's free trade agreements. The procurement opportunities must exceed a minimum threshold so that governments continue to support local businesses for smaller contracts. There are also exceptions for cultural industries, Aboriginal businesses, defense or national security, research and development, and financial services. The government body must follow the rules listed in the contract notice to ensure fairness and transparency. Thanks to CETA, Canadian suppliers compete on equal footing with European Union counterparts. Canadians can feel confident the procurement process is conducted in an impartial manner. Find out how CETA opens doors for you. Contact the Trade Commissioner Service.
third session of the day. We will be talking about innovative applications of nuclear technologies. Joining us today as moderator, Mr. James Skongak, Canadian Nuclear Isotope Council.
Mr. Skongak, for accepting our invitation and for taking this rather difficult job today. So please start the conversation. We have avem aproximativ 50 de minute la dispoziție.
About 50 minutes for this panel.
O să îl introduc acum pe moderatorul sesiunii noastre, vicepreședintele executiv pentru afaceri și servicii operaționale la Bruce Power.
Mr. Kongak is the Executive Vice President Corporate Affairs and Operational Services at Bruce Power. He is leading a team of about 900 talented individuals that provide operational services and support for both operations and construction activities of the Bruce Power site.
Great, thanks very much, Gabriel, and appreciate the opportunity to join everybody here today. I have to admit, it's a very tough act to follow after the last panel talking about SMR technologies. And as somebody who's part of the Canadian nuclear industry, first and foremost, it's great to see a lot of the international work going on. But I have to admit, I'm really proud of the work in particular that was shared by Chalk River National Labs, NB Power, and some of the linkages and the leadership of Ontario Power Generation. So, you know, it's always good to start the morning with some pride in your nuclear industry. And I know from a Romanian perspective, you feel the same way about your nuclear industry. And it's something we're all very proud of and pleased to be a part of. Following that theme that was discussed this morning, today we're going to be talking about innovative applications for nuclear technology. And I really want to set this panel up maybe before I introduce our panelists. And I think we just have a fantastic group of panelists here today. I think you're going to really enjoy their perspectives and most importantly, conversation. And we're really looking forward to your questions as well. But when we think about our technology, oftentimes in our various operations, oftentimes we get very technically what I would call bogged down. You know, the extensive technical nature of what we do in our industry is second to none. We have some of the smartest engineers, some of the best operators, some of the most skilled tradespeople, and in all of our organizations, we have incredibly talented people. And one of the challenges that we often have is that we often focus on technology items that I would say a lot of people in our industry do not appreciate to the extent that they should. And for our industry and for nuclear power to be successful over the long term, it's going to be really important that we can continue to demonstrate to the public, to policymakers, to government and other stakeholders the many applications and the many benefits of nuclear power. And you heard about that in the SMR panel around tackling climate change, net zero. But in this panel, we're going to talk about innovative nuclear applications. In particular, one of the things that I am so immensely proud of, and you're going to hear it from the panelists today, is our work in the medical space in particular. Often what people do not realize when they hear the word nuclear power is that nuclear power, without it, we would have a much different global healthcare system than we have here today. Right now in the world, we are fighting a global pandemic. It has changed all of our lives. It has changed our businesses. And we all know there is nothing more we are all seized with right now than fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. What you're going to hear today in today's panel is just how nuclear innovative technologies are at the front and center of fighting that pandemic in areas like medical isotopes and cobalt-60 production. But more importantly, and I shouldn't say more importantly, but equally importantly, is when people are challenged with a cancer diagnosis or needing a cancer treatment, it's the nuclear industry that is at the forefront in terms of providing the energy in the form of isotopes needed to detect and treat that cancer. So with me today, I have Aline Tatu from SNN. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. My last name is Skoniak, and people never pronounce Skoniak right. So I apologize if I mispronounced your name. My friend Richard Weens from Nordion. Dana Nicolay, really appreciate you joining us. Dana from IFINHH, and Travis Bassange from Isogen, which is a joint venture between Kinetrix and Framatome. So I really appreciate everybody taking the time to join us today. And what we've decided to do in this panel is, obviously, we all wish we could be in Romania or somewhere in Canada meeting and having this discussion in person. Hopefully we'll, Ron Oberth will have to plan a trip next year. I prefer to go to Romania, but I imagine that folks from Romania would love to come to Canada. But I am expecting a trip to Romania. So I only agreed to do this panel if you'd invite me out to Romania in the future. I hear the food is awesome out in Romania. So I'm expecting that. But what we wanted to do was have a dialogue and interactive discussion. So with that, we're going to kick today's conversation off with Aline, who, if I can pass it over to you, sir, to talk us through some of the great work that your organization is doing, and then we'll take the conversation from there. Over to you.
Thanks, James, and thank you for letting us know how to pronounce your given name. It's the first time I'm hearing. So thank you for the introduction. First of all, I would like to say that I'm delighted to take part of this dialogue. I will try to speak slower than usually. So I would like to give some context from a utility point of view on why it's important to look at innovative technologies. So utilities are rather using technologies as opposed often not taking on to developing them. I would like to go first to the basic idea of why it's so important to be vigilant to the business environment we're dealing with and the challenges and opportunities that are unfolding in the future, while keeping an open mind to the use of any valuable solutions, be them innovative or not, to overcome those challenges and build on the opportunities. Just wanted to touch briefly the electricity market as an example. The electricity market in EU, as you may know, it's a very competitive environment and has some peculiarities. On the one hand, there are taxations and subsidies that distort the market, and there is a less level play field across technologies that could help with the decarbonization. These have the potential to create less predictable market behaviors with its all associated effects, such as difficulties in financing. On the other hand, there are various stakeholders around the world working intensely and investing significantly in R&D to come up with the electricity storage solutions that in turn, if they become viable, scalable, environmentally friendly, and most important, affordable, will have the potential to disrupt the markets even more. I'm talking about the electricity markets. Let's think for a moment. How could the demand shift if the viable battery solution would be invented? I'm thinking of being able to charge a car as fast as you put now the gas in the tank, preserving the same mileage at the same time. All of these are just few considerations that are very important for the utilities because of what I was telling before. They have great potential to disrupt the business as usual case. But all these challenges can be turned into opportunities if an utility set a pace for increasing its resilience and efficiency while, particular to nuclear power plants, maintain the highest safety and reliability standards. To name a few, some nuclear technologies, such as CANDU, are suitable to produce some radioisotopes, such as cobalt-60, or as seen with Bruce Power and Framatome initiative to produce lutetium-177 radioisotope or molybdenum-99. This is not only that can grow into a business for a nuclear power plant, but also provides valuable radioisotopes, as James mentioned before. And we all see, we could all see how important the medical system became during the pandemic situation, and not only. Another example could be to optimize electricity sales strategies, through making use of hydrogen storage solutions or similar solutions. This brings to the nuclear business some degree of flexibility, and flexibility is very important in markets that are highly competitive. Maximizing the utilization of high-skilled workforce that is typically found in nuclear industries. This can be also an incentive to maintain a very good business. Leverage the refurbishment opportunity to increase the overall output of the plant. So if we can produce more electricity, obviously we can be more competitive for a given cost input. Not to forget the opportunity to further expand the fleet, as nuclear can be a very important contributor. Actually, it is a very important contributor to the decarbonization, which should be our topest priority. Here we see various initiatives to develop new technologies, such as the SMR, who are looking to fit in more competitive and volatile markets. And the examples can continue. I just provided a few. The key message I want to leave the audience with is that we should continue to develop the nuclear industry and use any available solutions to stay competitive while building the synergy with the other green technologies, because we need all of them to decarbonize the economies of the world. That's all from me. Over to James.
I think that was just a fantastic, fantastic overview. And what I really liked about it is, you know, from the perspective of innovation, what you're really doing is also talking about how you're using an existing asset base, and saying, maybe we expand that, but also how do we leverage this technology? And you know, what I also really like is we often talk about climate change as a behavioral problem, if you will, in terms of people using fossil fuels. But the solutions to fighting climate change, there's a lot of significant technical applications where we can use existing assets. So thank you very much for that overview. I'd now like to pass it on to Richard Wiens from Nordion. Richard.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to participate in this panel. I'm happy to be here. I just wanted to say hello to my Romanian friends and colleagues and confirm for James that Romanian food is in fact awesome. So if you get a chance to partake, please do that for sure. I'm Richard Wiens. I'm the Director of Strategic Supply for Nordion, and Nordion is a leading provider of cobalt-60 to global healthcare, which is a nice little soundbite, but what's cobalt-60 after all? So cobalt-60 is a gamma-emitting radioisotope that actually has a bunch of different applications. The primary application is for the sterilization of single-use medical devices, so things like drapes and gowns, and gloves and syringes.
Vorbim de mănuși, de seringe, acestea ar fi aplicațiile.
Anything that you would use.
Lucrurile care sunt de unică folosință.
Oh, I'm getting some audio trouble here.
Richard, what you may be able to do is in your translation button, you can just turn it off.
Okay. Is one application also used for the treatment of food, of packaging of various sorts, consumer products. And one interesting application that is relatively new in most of the world is for the treatment of cannabis to remove mold and fungi. As importantly, cobalt is also used in the treatment of some cancers, particularly brain cancers, through the use of very innovative technology called stereotactic radiosurgery. I don't know how that translates, but The device that people would be familiar with is something called a gamma knife for using cobalt-60 to treat brain cancer. So Nordion has been producing cobalt sources for more than 55 years. We shipped our first source in 1964. And 2021 is actually our 75th year in the radioisotope business. So we, as many Canadian companies do, trace our roots back to AECL in 1946 in this case. So we've been at this a long time. Almost all of the world's cobalt is produced in power reactors, and most of that is produced in CANDUs. Canada's contribution to that, to the global healthcare industry through cobalt-60 is that Canada produces more than 50% of the global supply. And that comes from reactors at Bruce Power and at Pickering, who've been producing cobalt for a long, long time, many, many decades in some instances. And we also have a project underway for the production of cobalt at the Darlington reactors as well. So clearly, Canada was a pioneer in this space, and we've held a leadership position for a long time, and we continue to hold a leadership position. But part of that is around developing strong partnerships, not only domestically, but internationally as well. Pioneer. James asked us to bring show and tell. So my show and tell is, I'm going to try and get this is kind of the fundamental building block of cobalt-60. So this is a cobalt-59 slug, which is what goes into a reactor. So we would take those, clearly not just as slugs, but we would put those into nuclear reactors. The cobalt-59 absorbs a neutron and becomes cobalt-60. We harvest that, or more appropriately, the reactor sites harvest that, ship it to us. We produce our finished source, and we ship that finished source around the world to the folks who provide gamma processing services, so the sterilization and the other applications that we've talked about. So there are about 300 of those facilities globally that we would ship to. My colleague, Mr. Tatu, has already talked a little bit about why SNN and Chernavoda are interested in producing cobalt from a social license standpoint. But there are a number of reasons that this Canada-Romania partnership actually makes really good sense. And the first one is that we need more cobalt. So the global demand for cobalt is growing. That creates a strong business case on both sides. And there's actually a long history of producing cobalt in CANDU 6s, which of course are the Chernavoda plants. China and Argentina currently do it. And we did it in Canada at the Gentil plant for many years. So one of the benefits of producing cobalt in, or any isotope, frankly, in a power reactor, and you'll hear more about other isotopes from the speakers that follow me, is that power reactors are pretty much always on. Which is great for a couple of reasons. The first is it means when I go and flick a light switch in my house, it works and comes on. But it also makes for a really reliable and predictable supply of isotopes, because those reactors are operating at such a high utilization rate. And of course, with the exceptional performance of the Chernavoda units and the fact that the refurbishment program is underway, Romania and the rest of the world could benefit from another 25 or 30 years of not only clean, low-cost electricity, but also cobalt-60 for safeguarding global health. So with that, I'll pass it back to you, James.
Thanks very much, Richard. And as Richard knows, I am a massive advocate, maybe massive is not the right word, a big advocate of cobalt-60. And, you know, I really want to thank our Romanian counterparts for your development work and your consideration in this area. You know, we, like you in Romania, we are immensely proud of the CANDU technology that we rely on. And I think a great vision for all of us is, as these CANDU reactors are going to operate for decades and decades to come, we need to find a collective way as a CANDU fleet to ensure every one of our CANDU reactors is producing cobalt-60. I think cobalt-60, and Richard, I don't want to one-up you, but I am going to one-up you. That's at least what we call it in Canada, is one-up. And I brought my own props. And so what I have here, if I don't know if you can see in the camera, is I have a dressing tray from Cardinal Health. And I also have a closed suction venting kit here. And so one of the real sad things about COVID-19 is that far too many people are hospitalized with COVID-19 right now. One of the big challenges in COVID-19 was and I'm only one-upping Richard because I have a bigger prop than his. His was actually more interesting. But in intensive care units all over the world today, there are people that are in intensive care and on ventilators because of COVID-19. And the reason why they are safe is because CANDU reactors produce cobalt-60, Richard's team processes it, and they sterilize medical equipment like this. So when it goes into and used in a patient, it's clean and it's sterile. So by making cobalt-60, you are saving a life. Make no mistake about it. So I really want to commend Richard and I thank Mr. Tatu as well for the work that you are doing on this front, and consider us as fellow CANDU operators, as partners in that endeavor. I know OPG is looking at and has been very excited about expanding cobalt production at Darlington, which is amazing. And let's all commit as a CANDU community to see how do we get cobalt produced in every CANDU reactor around the world. But again, that Romanian food is amazing, and maybe you'll invite me out to come and see your CANDU 6 in Romania. I'd love that. I'd now like to pass it over to Dana, and Dana is going to even one-up Richard and I again, because she has a video to share with us. So she's really going to make us jealous that we didn't get a video put together. So over to you. Thank you very much for joining us. And I would say good morning, but good afternoon from where you are connecting from.
So good morning to all of you. Good afternoon for the Romanian people. And yes, indeed, if you started to show us pieces of your work, I will try to show also something we work on. Just a moment, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, and I will let the movie running during, in the meantime, I will say something about medical radioisotopes, and I would refer, of course, to the medical application of radioisotopes, meaning molecular imaging and molecular therapy, terms which are really used nowadays. But just to have an idea what is meaning to put together all the regulatory requirements from pharma and nuclear in one side. So it was not an easy task. It is not an easy task, but as you said, at the end of the day, we are all very happy to know that we contribute somehow to the global medical supplying of radioisotopes. So what we are doing in INFNHH, as you said, so that's the acronym of Institute of Nuclear Physics and Nuclear Engineering. We do have here a state-of-the-art center for radiopharmaceutical research. And what you exactly see now is the installation of TR-19 cyclotron produced in Vancouver in Canada. So that was back in 2012 when we started this new center, and we are really proud to have now all the licensing for the center. But just to not to show, because I'm not showing you, I will tell you about some numbers. I will tell you that nowadays over 10,000 hospitals worldwide use radioisotopes in current procedures. 90% of them are for imaging. But the radiotherapy, and I'm referring to targeted radiotherapy, is coming to have an increasing portion of this. And speaking of in terms of money, now let's say back in 2012, the radioisotope market was valued at about 5 billion and reach more than 8 billion in 2019. So this is a really huge growth. And I would also like to highlight that North America is the dominant market for diagnostic radioisotope with a close of half of the market share, and while Europe accounts only for 20%. So this is a really huge discrepancy between Europe and North America regarding of this. But what about personalized medicine or molecular imaging, molecular therapy? There are some basic things which I should point out is that beside the radioisotopes which are using, a very, very important part is the carrier. And we are doing research, we're employing a lot of biomedical research to find proper targeting vectors to be able to transport the radioisotope on the site. So beside producing radioisotopes, we are doing most part of our research in preclinical environment, trying to find new targets and more specific targets, because our final aim is to spare the normal tissues, the tissues which do not want to have any kind of irradiation during the diagnosis, but mostly during the therapy process. We are aiming to do for our patients. So what else? At the moment, we have, as I said, a fully licensed center. We are producing under European GMP regulation, which is Good Manufacturing Practice regulation. It's more or less the same with the regulation of FDA for site. And we are mainly producing radiopharmaceuticals labeled with cyclotron-produced radioisotopes, mainly short-life radioisotopes. For instance, fluorine-18, which is the most well-known radioisotope for PET imaging, are now also competing with copper-64, with zirconium-89. There are a lot of longer life PET radio emitters, which are required, for instance, for longer metabolical studies. But we are also working with copper-64, which is an emitter of Auger electron, which is a very, very nice radioisotope for therapy. So it's even more effective than alpha in finding small cells or small metastases having big potential for therapy. But we are still trying to obtain classical radioisotopes, for instance, TC99M. For that one, we work with at least two Canadian counterparts. One of them are Best Medical from Vancouver and Ottawa, and also with our partner in Sherbrooke. So we do perform, let's say, collaborative work, mainly in the framework of EIA projects. This is the usual route we are using to collaborate with other centers, but there are also other programs in which we may find common work. Okay, we are not only using the cyclotron, we are also using photonuclear reactor or photonuclear reaction for obtaining the radioisotopes. For this, we have the extreme light infrastructure, nuclear physics infrastructure, where we can obtain copper-67, for instance, or platinum. Also, a very or an emerging radioisotopes for medical applications. We also try to develop LINAC for production of copper-67 as well, and maybe also for some alpha emitters. So all of them together are in our portfolio, not let's say just for research, but also for, I will speed it a little bit up because we are at the end of the time. So we are open to any kind of collaboration, and I think we can speak about this after the movie will finish. Okay, and I would like to thank you for attention and waiting for your questions.
Thanks very much. You know, I always love seeing a video. We can talk about all of these amazing things that are done in terms of innovative nuclear applications, but to see the level of precision. You know, one of the things that I often hear, and I have to admit it makes me mad and drives me crazy, is a lot of people talk about nuclear energy as a technology of the past, and they position the future of energy as wind turbines and solar panels and storage, and that's fine. Those are part of the future to some degree. But when you look at some of the images that you're sharing, that to me does not look like a technology of the past. That's an innovative, futuristic technology, and I want to congratulate you for the work that you're doing there, and I look forward to more discussion on it throughout the panel here. I'd now like to pass it on to Travis Bissanger. Travis leads an organization called Isogen, and Isogen is a partnership between Kinetrix and ROMATOM. And I don't know if Travis brought a prop, but I have a prop that I brought for Travis, and I'm going to see what prop he is going to share, and if he doesn't, I have one to share after his presentation.
Yeah, I'm going to have to lean on you for this one, James.
No,
you can use your prop, so definitely. And thanks for the introduction. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Travis Bissanger, I'm the business and technical director of Kinetrix, as well as the business leader for Isogen. And I'll tell you a little bit about both of those organizations. But maybe I'll step back a little bit first. And I got into the space of medical isotopes and really radiopharmaceuticals about 15 years ago. And I was eagerly engrossed in Dana's video as she was going through their production facility. So if I get an invite to Romania, you definitely need to take me through there, because that's was a big part of my life for about 15 years and really in radiopharmaceutical manufacturing. But if you went back 15 years ago, radiopharmaceuticals were kind of getting a little bit stagnant. There was not a lot of life or energy in the field. There was upsets in medical isotope supply, in particular around molybdenum supply. But there was kind of a burgeoning new field growing, and Dana touched on it a bit in terms of personalized medicine, targeted radiopharmaceuticals. And over about a 15-year journey, I experienced and saw the growth of radiopharmaceuticals in general, but really in particular driven through therapeutic radiopharmaceuticals. And there hadn't been a lot of success in this field in a number of decades, and it really got propagated by a very simple therapeutic molecule that was developed by a Norwegian company, Algeta, was then bought by Bayer, called Zofago. So it was radium-223 used to treat bone metastases. And the industry got really excited about this, mainly because it was one of the first drugs using a medical isotope that wasn't just a palliative medicine. It wasn't just there to treat pain, but it was actually showing a response in overall survival. So patients were responding, they were getting a longer life expectancy. So of course, big pharma also perked up. And the finance world picked up because they did a big acquisition of nearly $3 billion of gobbling up this small company. So investment started getting poured into this space. And in turn, a lot of innovative companies, in particular out of Europe, started progressing molecules with both iodine-131, but lutetium-177. And again, my history comes from a lot of radiotherapy manufacturing. And over a course of about 10 years, I'd say starting around 2010, we saw our first request to have a therapeutic manufactured and distributed globally. And actually that was around the time we were starting to work with one of our current partners that, James and I are now partners in crime, or maybe I should say partners in good, with ITM. And they were starting to produce therapies themselves for distribution around the world. And year by year, we saw a growth in the use of therapeutic isotopes. And really, we saw lutetium-177 really start to take off. And the excitement, I'll use a Canadian term, we saw a hockey stick inflection of the use when Endocyte at that time purchased the rights to a molecule called PSMA-617. And within a year, they had got that molecule ready for phase 3 clinical trials. And then shortly thereafter were purchased by AAA, which is a French company, and then by Novartis. So we saw some really interesting transactions happening. And, pharmaceutical companies take notice of these products because they work. And some of the therapeutic molecules for neuroendocrine cancer treatment, like Lutathera and Solucin, as well as the prostate cancer treatment, PSMA-617, are making a huge difference in people's lives. We're seeing it in the clinical trials that are underway, and then we'll see it commercially when patients and physicians have access to really exciting therapeutic treatments that aren't just extending life by a few weeks or a few months, but they're making patients see complete remission of their disease, which is remarkable. And prostate cancer hasn't seen treatments like this, and this is a big field that impacts hundreds of thousands of patients worldwide. And so during that tenure of seeing the growth of these really, really exciting treatments and seeing what benefit they can have for patients, the manufacturing supply chain to actually make these products, get them into the hands of physicians, was really at its infancy. And Bruce Power at the time, ITM, our partners, ROMATOM and Kinetrix, came together with really an innovative idea of how can we produce isotopes like lutetium-177 at scale? How can we make them reliable? And Richard touched on that reliability of a power reactor and why this is really so important. And I can say firsthand, making lutetium molecules in the past for clinical trials, we'd get phone calls, from time to time that, for example, the Safari reactor was in an unexpected outage. The supply of isotope wasn't going to be there that week, but this patient was waiting for their treatment and had to be rescheduled. And when you're a cancer patient, waiting a few weeks for your treatment could be life or death. It could mean the difference of many weeks or many months with your family. So having a reliable supply chain is really key. And Isogen is the joint venture between Kinetrix and ROMATOM. We are developing a tool that can operate first at the Unit 7 reactor at Bruce Power to produce medical isotopes and harvest them well on power. And this is something that hasn't been done before. It's quite innovative. It's a challenging project, but it will be able to elicit weekly supply of lutetium-177 for patients at a scale that has not been seen globally. And it's also scalable outside of that first unit to the other reactors at Bruce Power. So we're very excited about this program, and it's going to make a big difference in terms of patient care. Being able to utilize the power reactors will provide the redundancy and the reliability. And it's going to be needed to get to the scale that's going to be needed for products like PSMA 617 as they go from clinical trials to approval, later in 2022 and into 2023. So again, I think we're doing a lot of good work here. The innovation that's happening on the radiopharmaceutical side, like Dana showed, as well as on the reactor side, is really the formula that's needed to take these products and make them useful. So I'm just going to be mindful of time here, James, so we can have some question periods. So I'll end there.
Great, thanks very much, Travis. I think it's a great overview, and I have my prop here for Travis. This is my prop. So Richard, you showed a cobalt-59 slug, right? Is that what it was? Yeah. So this is a ytterbium-176 target. So as Travis said, what Isogen is doing is developing a delivery system that will shoot this target. We don't like to say shoot a target into a reactor, but that's what it'll do. It will shoot this target into the reactor. It will be in the reactor for, as Travis noted, let's say within a 2-week window. It will irradiate within a power reactor. We will remove it, and in here will be lutetium-177. So that's my prop of the day, and I think this is just an amazing project. And I think what we have to start shifting our mind to is, traditionally we've relied on research reactors to produce our reactor isotopes. And the fundamental flaw in that is research reactors do not have the same redundancy as power reactors. Power reactors tend to have redundancy and longer term horizons because they're relied on for electricity reliability. So what we need to do is find a way to take that reliability that we deliver for electricity and provide that reliability for isotopes. So what I would like to do now is I have a couple of questions for the panel that Gabriel has shared with us. And the first one is I want to put Richard Wiens on the spot, because I love putting Richard on the spot. And Richard, I think the goal is to say, how do we get every CANDU reactor making cobalt-60? I just want to say that just right out of the gate. What do you think is needed? I look at Nordion as, you just need somebody to produce cobalt-60. You'll take it, you'll process it, and you'll make sure it's put to use. What is it you think, and this isn't towards Mr. Tatu, me, or any particular operator, what is it you think we need to do as a fleet of CANDU reactors around the world to say, how do we do that? What is it you think is necessary? What do you think we need to do on a global scale?
Yeah, I think probably the most important thing is, I would say, is best practice sharing and learning from experience, right? So it's complex, right? Because a CANDU is not a CANDU, as you know, right? A CANDU 6 and the Bruce Power units and the Pickering units and the Darlington units, all a little bit different. And B, globally, you're dealing with primarily government-owned reactors. I guess I could say that's one of the things universally that's helpful, is to have the government entities that have kind of influence and a stake in these things really on board for producing cobalt-60. So having support at that level is really important. But I think also sharing those best practices. So we have a very good example of that actually in the province of Ontario, where Bruce Power has been really helpful in sharing their experience and their technology, frankly, with OPG for the Darlington conversion. Those reactors, Bruce reactors and Darlington reactors, are more alike than different. I know that people would take me to task on that, but there's some really good lessons learned, not only from a technology standpoint, but from an operational standpoint as well. And again, despite the fact that OPG has been making cobalt at Pickering for many years, I think there's some really good lesson sharing. So I would say those are kind of the two things that are important. So government stakeholder support, and then I think we have the know-how around the world to be able to do this. We have to figure out a way to kind of share that effectively.
Richard, I think that's great. And I want to stay on the cobalt thing, Mr. Tatu, and I want to pass it over to you as as somebody who looks at this now from an operational perspective. What are some of the, as you look at it, firstly, what are some of the elements of cobalt production that are attractive to you? But also, what are some of the elements of cobalt production that you find are most challenging that we need to think about how we find solutions to?
Well, this question demands for a little bit more technical answer, but I'll try to keep it non-technically. First of all, I think Richard raised a very important point by saying that sharing the very meaningful experience from the other stations that produce cobalt is an important step, because often people at the station, they are reluctant to new things because they introduce risks in their operation, right? And proving that the activity is not as risky as being thought at the first glance, it's one of the major engagement points. Secondly, I would say that we are aware of the contribution that nuclear industry can do to the medical field. So we would like to be proud of supplying cobalt as well to the entire world, and I think that's another driver for us being involved into this journey of converting the reactor to produce cobalt-60. One of the challenges, and I would not go into detail, is with the length of the outage. As we may know, various power plants have various outage duration. Outages for everybody is the time when you overhaul your plant. And in Chernobyl, we have a very short window, shorter than perhaps some of the Canadian power plants. So that's a challenge for us to find ways to accommodate cobalt harvesting during the plant outage. But that's not something that cannot be overcome. With the good planning and good and skilled people, that can be overcome.
I think that's a great point, and I think it also goes to what Richard, you talked about around that's a real good opportunity for utilities to work together and share that best practice. Obviously, in all reactor outages, where we track every minute a critical path, and how do we share some of those lessons learned to make that process as efficient as possible. I know, for example, at Bruce, working with Ontario Power Generation, we've shared lessons learned on how, and we've really brought that time down. And I think it's a great point. We now only got a couple of minutes left, and I just want to move over to Miss Nicolai, and I want to specifically ask you about where you see the growth areas in terms of isotope. So if you look at the, not so much from the production end, but the healthcare needs, what types of isotopes and what specific isotopes do you see the most significant growth in? I think you're on mute.
I will start saying that we all wonder maybe that we know so many radioisotopes. There are a huge list of radioisotopes in preclinical testing. They are even more in research. But actually, we are still in clinical practice with only less than 10 really radioisotope both in imaging and therapy. And what I see really interesting is this approach of personalized medicine, which is not only diagnosis, imaging and treatment. This is also imply predictability and information of the target you want to treat. And in this regards, there are many new emerging radioisotopes on the list, but I would bid on alphas, on Auger electron emitters, because we really can treat very, very locally on site, really at the cellular level, so they can find tumor cells and treat only tumor cells. Of course, this is like a dream, but this is really happened. And as you already mentioned about radium-223, that one of the pioneers, but there are also other on the list like copper-64, like terbium, like of course, for instance, you show us a target of ytterbium 176, which is, and you say that will come into lutetium. Actually, I will say that will come into a very nasty mixture of lutetium, ytterbium, so it's not complicated, but very keen radiochemical processing after that. And that doesn't mean nothing if you do not select proper vectors. And this is actually another key in our work, to select proper vector and to transfer that radioisotope exactly on the target, because in this way we can really give all our radiotoxicity into the cell and can spare normal tissue or other, let's say, bone marrow or other critical tissue, which is really important in our treatment plan. And yes, in this way we can go not only to relieve the pain, and we are dreaming not only to, let's say, give a longer survival curves, but also really speaking about treatment. And this is a huge word. Now that it's a huge word, yes.
I agree with all those comments, and we only have a couple of minutes left. So Travis, I need to put you on the spot with an important question, but a short one. Give us your top list of 4 isotopes that you think are going to grow. And if we were meeting 5 years from now, what are the top 4 isotopes in the world in terms of growth?
Thanks, James. Well, of course, I have to have my my automatic bias to lutetium-177. We're going to continue to see that grow. Gallium-68, I know Dan had that up on our screen as well. That's an imaging isotope and really the imaging companion to lutetium and other radiometals. So we'll continue to see a lot of growth in that area. Actinium-225, I think we'll also see growth in that. It's going to be a challenging area. Finding the right way to produce it is still, I think, an unknown, if I was to be honest about it. And I think another isotope that has a growing interest, I have particular interest as well, Dana mentioned it, is terbium-161. So I think we'll see some growth with that as well. Great.
Great. Well, look, I want to thank the panel for your presentations and your discussions, and people for the questions. And so, Gabriel, I think we got about a minute and a half left, and we'll pass it back over to you. Have a great rest of the session.
Thanks, James.
Thank you for moderating this session, James, about innovative applications of nuclear technologies. It's been very, very interesting. And I would like to thank the speakers. The conversation was very dynamic. Congratulations for all these vivid discussions. I was happy to listen to you all. I'm sure that everybody felt the same. 97 in the audience in the Romanian feed and 86 in the English feed. We have managed time very well. 15 minutes of technical break, and then we will address the last panel of the day about collaboration between Canadian and Romanian companies, moderated by Teodor Chirică. I'm looking forward to joining us in 15 minutes. And then we will be ready for the closing remarks from Mr. Sean Tapper. 15 minutes break, and then we're back.
Architects and engineers are just two of the many kinds of professionals who possess skills in demand around the world. The temporary entry provisions of the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement facilitates temporary travel or relocation for select Canadian business persons to the European Union and vice versa. Each member state is different, but generally, CETA includes temporary entry commitments related to contractual service suppliers and independent professionals in sectors such as accounting and bookkeeping services, construction and related engineering services, environmental services, and advertising services. CETA also facilitates the movement of short-term business visitors, investors, and key personnel, including intra-company transferees. With CETA, Canadian companies have more certainty and predictability when conducting business abroad, establishing and maintaining a presence in the EU, and when bidding on contracts. CETA also provides a framework to streamline the negotiation of mutual recognition agreements of foreign qualifications in certain sectors between Canadian and EU regulators and/or professional bodies. CETA's temporary entry provisions do not provide access to permanent jobs in the European Union or in Canada. They make it easier for highly skilled business people and enterprises to conduct their important work, and operations across borders, like ensuring expertise and after-sales service, can be offered after the fact. With CETA, Canadian service suppliers and firms are on a more equal footing with their European Union competitors. Find out how CETA opens doors for you. Contact the Trade Commissioner Service.
Hello in Romania and welcome for the last part of our session, a conference that started yesterday and will be over in about 1.5 hours. Now we are ready for the discussion about Canada-Romania supply chain collaboration on domestic offshore projects among companies. It is the beginning of a dialogue that will be followed on the 8th and 9th of March by one-on-one meetings that I think will be very useful as a follow-up of our discussions that are very fast and we have today. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Chirica for the moderation of this session. He is a ROMATOM honorary president, 40 years of experience in this industry. He did consultancy, management. He kept in touch with the national regulators ever since the beginning of the 70s. He was involved in the development of the CANDU project in Romania, and I'm honored to welcome him and to give him the floor.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Good morning, Canada. Good evening, Romania.
Canada, and
it's
good afternoon, Romania.
An honor for me
it is
to
an
act
honor
as moderator
to moderate
for
the panel
session
on
supply chain collaboration.
I am one of the founders of ROMATOM in
my entire
2000,
career
and also
over 40 years,
person that
after having worked with the Romanian industry, Canadian industry, Italian industry, and the United States in projects for engineering, manufacturing of equipment, and so on and so forth. So I feel like I'm really at home in this panel. I repeat, it's an honor for me to be moderating this. The first speaker of the day is Dr. Ron Obert. He has been working in the Canadian nuclear industry for more than 35 years at Ontario Hydro International, Ontario Power Generation, and the former AACL reactor division, now SNC Lavalin. In 2011, Ron became president and CEO of the Organization of Canadian Nuclear Industries, our partners for this event, an industry association that represents 220 private sector companies that supply equipment and services to the CANDU industry and to other nuclear projects in Canada and offshore.
Oh, thank you, Theodore, for that kind introduction. And I'm always a little bit sad to see a conference like this draw to a close. I'm pleased that we have a chance this morning in the final session to discuss a path forward for stronger supply chain collaboration. So it's my privilege to talk a little bit about OCNI and how we plan to collaborate with our good colleagues in Romania through the organization called ROMATOM. So Mr. Tarika has said a few words about OCNI, so I can go a little faster. But what I want to talk about is the fact that one of the reasons that CANDU reactors have been successful in Romania, Argentina, South Korea, and China is because the CANDU technology lends itself to local fabrication. Most of the components in CANDU reactors are smaller and can be made locally. And a good example of that, of course, is in Romania, where Romanian companies and Canadian companies have collaborated to help build a CANDU industry and a CANDU supply chain in Romania. So, of course, the collaboration is built upon the successful reactors at Chernobyl. You've seen this iconic photo many times, and I hope down the road we'll see this photo with 4 reactors in operation as opposed to just 2 of them at the moment. So Romania's CANDU industry has developed over 45 to 50 years of partnership on the heavy water plant by the company Romag. Canadian companies work together to help create a fuel plant at FCN Pitești so that Romania can supply its own fuel to the CANDU reactors. And of course, underpinning the operation of the CANDU reactors in Romania is work done by the Research Institute ICN Pitești, which helps understand some of the fundamental material properties and other aspects of the reactor, which must be understood in order to ensure its long-term and safe operation. OCNI has had the privilege of working in Romania since 2009, and I personally am very proud to say that I've been in Romania 4 times. The first time was in 2015 when we signed our initial MOU, and I'm pictured there with the former head of ROMATOM and the Canadian ambassador. That MOU was renewed in 2018, and this time the women are in charge, and you can see that the MOU is being signed there in presence of the Canadian ambassador and Mr. Russo. And during that visit, we also visited a number of Romanian suppliers. So building the connections, further connections between the Canadian supply chain and the Romanian supply chain. Not shown on this chart, which is I think very important, is I led a group of companies from the Ukraine who we visited Romania in 2010. And the purpose was to show the Ukrainians how the CANDU industry has developed and evolved in Romania. At the time, Ukraine was considering a CANDU reactor, and we wanted to demonstrate that by making that selection, you could be part of a CANDU fleet and also learn to make many CANDU components as our colleagues in Romania have done. Then our last trade mission in person was October 2019, which was our largest ever Canadian trade mission with 30 delegates and 19 organizations. And I want to remind everybody that the next step to this discussion is the Canadian-Romanian business-to-business meetings, which are being organized on March the 9th and 10th. And that will allow companies with similar interests in Romania and Canada to begin a dialogue about how they might work together on the Chernobyl Unit 1 refurbishment, and then later on the construction of 2 new units at Chernobyl 3 and 4. So I just wanted to explain some of the current collaboration that's ongoing, to use this as an example of how we can extend that into the future. The Canadian company SNC-Lavalin are doing fuel channel and feeder inspections and are completing a condition assessment on Cernavodă Unit 1. And they are doing that in collaboration with the 3 Romanian companies that are shown on the right: Citon, Comp Control, ING, and Energotech. Kinetrix Nuclear Romania, KNR, is working on safety assessment, licensing support, and tritium management. And they are doing that in collaboration with the 3 Romanian companies, ICSI, IS Tech, and CELIN. And Canadian Nuclear Partners, who we heard from this morning, Laurentis Energy Partners is the name that they use in Canada, are doing non-destructive inspections and also planning the refurbishment of Unit 1. And they're doing this in collaboration with Citon and Matafin. So it's great to see this rich level of collaboration, which is already ongoing. The Canadian company L3Harris has also worked on Cernavodă operator training simulator upgrades and digital control upgrades of the CPU computers at Cernavodă Unit 1. And they've done that in collaboration with the company CNE Cernavodă. Nordion, we just heard about this morning, are working together with SNN and as well as with KNR on cobalt production. BWXT, I'll let Juntang talk about it more, but they've done work on steam generator maintenance with the utility SNN. And one of our smaller members, Canada, is a supplier of a variety of environmentally qualified cable assemblies, and they do this in collaboration with Matafin. So we already have a rich history of collaboration, and the purpose of this discussion over the last 2 days, as well as the B2B meetings next week, are to extend and expand that collaboration. But I want to build on something that I've read recently, that Romania is also challenged with keeping its highly educated and nuclear trained workforce. And I want to set the example of what has happened at Bruce Power and how Cernavodă, with the life extension and expansion of 2 more units, might learn from that. So Bruce Power, as you can see in the map on the right, is located on the shore of Lake Huron. And when they announced the decision to invest $12 billion in the life extension of 6 units at Bruce, they made a strong recommendation to the supply chain that they create local facilities and local offices to support that $12 billion investment and to build a strong infrastructure around Bruce Power. And that resulted in the creation of better housing, more schools, better hospitals, transportation networks, and recreation and dining. And what I'm recommending with the decision to extend the life of Cernavodă Unit 1 and then to go on with the investment in completing units 3 and 4, that Romania and SNN with the supply chain look to building a strong supplier base around Cernavodă. And that will do 2 things. It obviously makes it easier for suppliers to get to the site, but it will also help retain a very talented workforce who now have facilities and infrastructure that will make them want to stay in the Cernavodă area and build that into what we would call a nuclear hub, a nuclear focus area, just like Bruce Power has done around the Bruce site. And I'm certainly willing to work with ROMATOM on that model because OCNI played a role.
I apologize for interrupting. You have to conclude.
Yeah, played a role in attracting companies to the Bruce region. So next steps, please register for B2B meetings next week. OCNI and ROMATOM will continue to host regular and in-person supplier forums. We will share OpEx with Canadian companies and SNN on refurb, and we look forward to strong collaboration on Chernobyl units 3 and 4, and later on SMRs. Thank you.
Ron, thank you very much. And sorry for cutting you. We don't have much time. Now we will move on to the next presentation. Corina Troică, General Director at Automatica SA, a part of the Romanian Atomic Forum, and offers equipments for the production, and the transport, and the supply of nuclear of electricity. This company has been one of the main Romanian companies offering equipment for units 1 and 2 in Cernavoda. It has been through very difficult times, but now it's going well, and we are looking forward to Corina's presentation. Corina is also a part of the directing board of Romatom. Corina, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Theodore. Good morning, bon matin, Canada. Bună ziua, România. Este o misiune destul de complicată să...
Good morning, Canada. Hello,
Sorry.
Romania.
It's quite a complicated mission to present Romanian industry in 5 minutes, but I will do my best, because I thank you very much, Ron, for giving us an idea on how to develop a local community around the nuclear project. It's a great view on how an important project can influence the economic development of one region, and we will look forward on how Romanian companies are interested in expanding their capabilities in the context of existing projects. Of course, I have a technical problem. Are you seeing the presentation? Yes. So, as usually, we start our discussions based on our common experience, and Romanian-Canadian history is a rich one. We've been thinking about important moments in our cooperation within the last days. I will focus on an important process, which was the certification of Romanian companies in the late 70s, and initially on the Canadian standard. It was an important process, and many Romanian companies were improving their management system. They had quality assurance processes, and this we will see it nowadays. We still find it. Some of the companies certified by that time, they are still operating, like Automatica. We have here a timeline. Building Unit 1 and Unit 2 until 2007, and then there was a time without many projects when interest of Romanian companies for nuclear decreased, but we are now in a very favorable moment for supply chain, and the pipeline of projects which we are seeing following up this year is expected to bring many benefits at company level and general economic level, such as new jobs and important increase in turnover related to nuclear industry. The past years, there were a few stages. ROMATOM surveyed the local suppliers in order to estimate how many companies can be involved in building refurbishment of Unit 1, but mainly building Unit 3 and 4. Supplier. The companies were selected among Nuclearelectrica suppliers, companies certified by GENECAN, our regulatory body for nuclear operations, and former suppliers of Unit 1 and Unit 2. In the end, 42 companies answered to the survey. For the survey, we will see some of the conclusions. It's very important that Romanian companies are still interested in getting involved in the nuclear industry, but local one, but also they are prepared to step up into international projects and also research projects. Here are some qualitative aspects regarding Romanian companies participating in the surveys. Most of them, they still maintain the quality assurance management specific for nuclear suppliers. They are interested in the opportunity of new projects. They are interested to invest in upgrading, acquiring new know-how, investing in new equipment, training of personnel. Even so, in terms of expertise, most of the companies, 95% of them, they still have the qualified personnel for such for supplying for nuclear, and also most of them they've been participating in previous projects. So the conclusion of this survey is that there is a important base of Romanian suppliers for nuclear projects, and they are willing to expand and improve their capabilities if new projects exist. Why cooperating with Romanian companies is important. We have over 50 years of education system, quality assurance, management, research. So there is a whole ecosystem in which these companies, they have been operating. There is a safety culture and a quality industry practice, and our regulatory bodies, Mrs. Strona was presenting yesterday, is a very severe institution in evaluating suppliers. So I can say myself that an audit from them is a very tough one. And last but not least, Romanian industry is able to supply innovative products and cost-effective products. So we are very competitive and good quality. And speaking of new projects and the timeline we've been seeing before, the government's commitment to new nuclear projects and the expansion to medical area and other opportunities, and drawing a roadmap for the nuclear industry is encouraging Romanian companies to invest, as I said before. This existing ecosystem is expected to be more diverse, including training, educational, construction skills, and companies able to supply such services. And what is very important.
Corina, please move to the conclusions.
Yes, so here I was selecting few timelines, few information about Automatica because it was following the whole process since initial certification until nowadays. It's still certified since the 80s, so I will go over. Here we have some pictures making of Unit 1 and Unit 2. And last but not least, please visit ROMATOM site, and there you can find all the members of ROMATOM and a catalog with a brief presentation of each company. There are a variety of suppliers from engineering, consulting, research, equipment manufacturers, contractors, and ITNC, many companies. And we would be very glad if you have the opportunity to meet them in the next session next week. And here are our members. There are also research institutions and other associations of the nuclear industry. And as a conclusion, I think after these 2 days, we base our willingness to cooperate on our common history, which was really successful. But after these 2 days, I have this this feeling that we are having even more opportunities in the future, like small modular reactors or other applications that could be beneficial for both industries, Romanian and Canadian. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Corina. According to my timetable, we have a delay of 5 minutes. We will now give the floor to Yung Tan, BWXT. His company, the subsidiary, is headquartered in Virginia. He has worked for more than 20 years with the same company since 2008. He's an executive of the company in Canada, marketing and sales for nuclear equipment, as well as business activities for CANDU and BVR. BWXT is one of our main partners in Chernavoda for inspection and the maintenance for the generator. You have the floor, Mr. Yung Tan.
Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon. I'm Jun Tian, Vice President for BWXT Canada. BWXT Canada has been working with SNN, a number of Romanian companies for many years. We were very much involved in the Chernobyl Unit 1, 2 equipment supply, and have been continuing supporting Chernobyl plant by providing services and other activities. In this presentation, I would like to provide you the update of current BWXT capability and our great desire to work with the Romania supply chain for the future opportunities. So this slide presents overall product and service portfolio of BWXT Canada. BWXT Canada has been continually operating in nuclear industry for more than 60 years. Very well known for designing and supplying steam generators. As today, we have designed and manufactured more than 300 nuclear steam generators and more than 200 nuclear heat exchangers worldwide. And we are also providing nuclear services for steam generators, heat exchange, and the reactor service in Canada too. And just in the last 5 years, I want to share with you, we have been focused very much on the business growth, including number one, in 2016, BWXT acquired formerly GE Hitachi Canada, and today we are able to supply nuclear fuel to the market. Number two, in 2019, BWXT Canada acquired formerly Laker Energy Inc. So today, we are supplying many high-quality CANDU reactor components, including feeder pipes and fitting. Those components required for refurbishment and the new plant. Third, BWXT also diversified its capability today. In addition to other equipment, we today be able to design and supply advanced waste containers to support refurbishment plant. In addition to the nuclear equipment, in 2018, BWXT Canada acquired Nordion Medical isotope business. Therefore, today, we are in the process to produce Molly-99, which Canada produced many years ago. We will take over and be able to supply many Molly-99 worldwide soon. As you may know, BWXT Canada is supply equipment not only for CANDU plant, we also supply nuclear component for both CANDU and PWR globally more than 30 years. Specifically for China-Voda, we supply all the steam generators and most of the heater changes there. I should emphasize here that we had very good collaboration with many Romanian companies during that time, be able to jointly supply many of those heater changes for China-Voda Unit 1, Unit 2. So I also want to share experience with you our focus on international cooperation. We very much commit to working with international partners in the nuclear industry. We also have successfully established a number of partners globally, including Argentina, China, France, South Korea, and Romania when we do the Unit 1 and 2. We understand the importance of localization requirements and the export control requirement for each country. We've been doing that for more than 30 years, as I mentioned. I also like to share with you some commercial model we have used working with the different partners because different country has different requirements. Example include many years ago, some of you may recall, BWXT licensed BWXT design heater change to manufacture in Romania to support Unit 1 and 2. We also licensed the design steam generators and heater change for South Korea, Wosan 2, 3, and 4. And recently, last 15 years, we developed a Argentina local manufacturing to support their embalsing refurbishment project, be able to manufacturing embalsing nuclear component locally. We also be able to license the heater change and feeder manufacturing, including technical support for embalsing refurbishment project. Lastly, just recently, we licensed our design steam generators for the China first Gen 3 steam generator in China. So those are the examples we showing that we have our commitment, continue working with local partner moving forward for any project. So the last slide, I just want to show a potential, some collaboration opportunity here. And nuclear heater change manufacturing, nuclear vessel and tank manufacturing, as you know, CANDU 6 has a number of nuclear grade, nuclear vessel and tank manufacturing. We have done that before for Unit 1, Unit 2, and I can see that we can do the same thing for the future units. We're currently working with Romania on CANDU fuel component, and we also can do the reactor component machining, fuel handling machine component and program, and also most important, to installation and the service of those components. And we can do various nuclear equipment inspection capability. And the most important thing, and lastly, as I mentioned before, we develop our medical isotope production. We like to know that we'll be able to work at Chernobyl SAN working on medical isotope production for European market as well. That's conclude my presentation here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tang, for summarizing and telling us the essentials. I remember in the past, the relationship we had back with Canada at the time in the past. It was excellent. So to move on, in the manufacturing of heavy nuclear components, Mr. Massimo Tacconelli at Walter Tosto. He's been working there since 1998 in various technical positions. He is currently the proxy of the company for the nuclear market, and he's responsible from the bidding phase to the delivery of the project. He's coordinating 5 project teams, each one involved in a specific field, either nuclear fusion or fission. He has a degree in engineering and in industry marketing. Of course, there is a strong component of the Walter Tosto in Bucharest, in the former IMGB platform in the southern part of the town. So you have the floor.
So thank you very much, Mr. Kirika, and good morning to our Canadian colleague. Just let's show. Okay, I hope you can see the presentation. Just to introduce the family Tosto. So Walter Tosto is a private company active in the manufacturing of heavy and critical component for nuclear power generation in general and oil and gas. So Tosto means tuft is our surname, but is also, let's say, the vision of the founder and his son of the company that in fact have spent both their working life in the company growth, investing in new technology, in competencies, in acquiring a new organization. And as fact of today, in fact, we are, let's say, an holding with more than 1,300 employees, with a turnover of approximately 200 million euro per year. We are based in Italy and in Romania. In Romania, we are in Bucharest in the IMGB platform. And also we have the new riverfront workshop in Oltenica, close to the Danube River. In Italy, we are in the middle of Italy and in the north of Italy. So unfortunately, we are obliged to just to show you a picture of our state-of-the-art workshop. We hope that the pandemic will allow us to welcome in our workshop, both in Romania and in Italy. On the top picture, we have our Bucharest workshop, the former FECNE nuclear component. And on the bottom picture, we have the Oltenica workshop. In fact, in FECNE nuclear component, let's say we have built the majority of the component, the critical component for Cernavoda 1 and 2, under an agreement with the Atomic Energy of Canada, SNC-Lavalin, and the company Citon, and as said before by Mr. Yoon. Let's say in this workshop that we have built part of the Calandria, the nuclear reactor, parts of steam generators, and typically over 40 items of the nuclear island. So after this experience, we have still produced component for the nuclear industry in Romania, in Bucharest. Here there are some part of the thermonuclear reactor ITER for fusion research. There are other companies of the groups, of the Tosto group, that are quite active in the nuclear. Here is just, again, a focus on past collaboration. Bosco Industria Meccaniche, those are heat exchanger for Gentili 1 and 2 that have been produced together with the Atomic Energy of Canada for France, so for a board. In this picture, Walter Tosto produced component for the JT60 Super Advanced, the Japanese fusion reactor. And Belleli was quite active in Super Phoenix, the research program in France, and with the component for the Italian nuclear program. Still, we are investing a lot in research since, let's say, our growth was thanks to international collaboration, and even for a relatively small scope of supply, we are active in research for welding for generation 4 nuclear reactors, fast reactors, and the small module reactors. Today, we are working in the nuclear field, very critical component for the UK and for Russia. So thanks to international collaboration, we had the chance to gain some knowledge and to develop know-how, stamps, and certification to work worldwide. Not only certification and knowledge, but we have invested a lot in equipment and tailor-made solution for machining, welding, and any operation needed for the manufacturing of very critical item. Let's say that's all, in the sense that we are ready to continue in this direction. We hope and we are sure to have the chance to collaborate for the future Romanian nuclear program, as well as for a board project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Masiliano. Such a moving photograph with Luca and Walter. We are sure that Walter Tosto is one of our important partners as we continue our nuclear program, and that it will continue its international path. Now, we will move on to our last presentation, Mr. Adrian Goicea. Policy director position. He's holding the policy director position in Foratom. We worked at Nuclearelectrica. We were colleagues there. Then he worked at Mohovce units 3 and 4 in Slovakia. And nowadays he deals with policy matters about nuclear energy. He focuses on European Green Deal or clean energy package and taxonomy. Andrei will present to us the Foratom vision on the manufacturing cycle in horizontal industry in Europe, and we will see what new information we can get from this field. Andrei, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chirica, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really glad to participate to such a session, and indeed I saw some pictures from former FECNE, but also from Cernavoda and other suppliers in Romania that reminds me the time when I was working in Nuclearelectrica. I will start my presentation by briefly saying some words about the activity of Foratom, introducing my organization. So we are the voice of the nuclear industry at EU level. And we are covering a broad range of topics, energy policy, but also nuclear technology, and we are doing quite a lot on communication. For this special session, I would emphasize the fact that we established not long time ago in 2018 a supply chain optimization working group in order to try to go a little bit deeper into the issues of the European supply chain, and you will see at the end some outcomes of that working group. In terms of membership, we have 15 national nuclear associations, both from EU, but also from outside EU, from Europe, like Switzerland, Ukraine, or now UK. And ROMATOM, one of the organizers of this event, it's a very active member of Foratom. We are having also some corporate members, and recently we added some more, and there will be some more news in the days to come. So that was about Foratom. Now some words about the nuclear energy in EU 27 plus UK. So we are producing the reactors are producing 26% of the electricity, but also 50% of the EU low carbon electricity. The figures are impressive, and many times we found out that the policymakers don't know this, and they have no clue that nuclear is so important. So anyway, we just saw the figures for 2020. Of course, it was a special year, but in 2020, nuclear was by far the largest producer of electricity, single source, so more than gas and coal. But so with this production and this installed capacity, what does it mean what is the impact on the EU GDP, the economic impact? And we have a study that you might know. It was done in 2019 by Deloitte. And the figures are also very impressive. So the overall impact on the EU GDP is around more than 500 billion euros, with the 120 gigawatt installed capacity. What is interesting here is that so from this list, you can see that France is leading this impact. Of course, they are having the largest fleet in EU. But also countries like Germany, which decided to phase out nuclear, is still having a very important role. And both direct impact or indirect impact, you can see that both impacts are highlighted. The indirect impact is mainly the supply chain. So Germany is still having a very important supply chain. Then we have Italy, which is not operating any nuclear power plant. Of course, it's performing some decommissioning of some past reactors, but the supply chain is also very strong. Or Poland, also a country without operating nuclear power plants, but with a strong supply chain for the EU nuclear industry. That was about the economic impact in terms of GDP. But what about the impact on jobs? Because it's also very important. Again, we are having the direct and indirect impact. The indirect impact, as I said, it's referring to the supply chain, and again, the the figures are impressive, and the trend is similar like for the GDP. But maybe another very impressive figure is about the share of the impact of the nuclear industry at EU level, and you will find that nuclear with 3.3% on the total EU GDP, it's by far higher than motor vehicles. Of course, because the nuclear industry is a very localized industry, and as we saw also from the previous presentations, the countries are trying to develop the supply chain, the local supply chain, and but if it's not the local, it's the regional. But anyway, we are talking about Europe here. As I mentioned at the beginning, we did some actions on the supply chain because the nuclear fleet, it's in Europe, the European nuclear fleet is getting old and requires the availability of an appropriate supply chain. So in this respect, the supply chain optimization working group worked and published in June 2020 a report about the status of the supply chain in EU, and you can find it on our website. And one of the conclusions of that report, or one of the recommendations, was to build to work on guideline project for the supply chain optimization, which will provide a harmonized methodology for the use of non-nuclear high-quality industrial grade items. And this report will be finalized in 2022. ROMATOM is also an active supporter of this guideline report, and yeah, we are looking forward seeing the results. Will definitely be very useful in the discussions with the regulators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrei. You synthesized things very well, presenting the achievements of Euratom and the topic regarding the impact of nuclear industry and the supply chain on overall economy. I conclude the panel with a positive feeling. I can see there is a lot of interest for the Romanian project. I've seen that during the 2 days, and I could see that there are potentially valuable partners who want to embark in these projects, who want to cooperate with us in Romania and third markets. I'm convinced that there will be other details to be discussed in the B2B meetings of next week, and I wish you a lot of success with that. I turn the floor to Mr. Gabriel Avakarițe, who will draw the conclusions of the 2 fruitful days of deliberations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence in this panel. Supply chain. Have a nice evening. Thank you, Mr. Theodor Chirica, for moderating this session. I would like to thank all the participants for their perspectives. It is an appropriate time when we close the event to come to some conclusions, but I have some surprise for you. It is not about my own considerations, but the considerations of Mr. Tudor. So once again, next to us, in order to conclude this conference about the Canadian-Romanian Partnership, I invite the Minister of Natural Resources of Canada, Mr. Sean Topa. I give him the floor for a few considerations, conclusions of the 10 hours we've spent together, Romanians and Canadians. You have the floor.
Thank you, Gabrielle. It'll be impossible to do justice to 10 hours of terrific dialogue, but I think I have pages of notes, and it's just an exciting time that we've been able to reinforce the level of cooperation that exists between our countries and the shared objectives and priorities that we have in bringing nuclear energy to our citizens through clean, reliable, and non-emitting energy production. I think we've heard very clearly that we have the ability to work together in looking at completing nuclear life extension and refurbishment projects and contributing to maintaining our energy security. I think we are equally committed to sound management of radioactive waste. Here in Canada, that is just such a crucial issue because it really speaks to the bond of trust that has to exist between nuclear energy producers and the public who consume that energy, and that public who is worried about issues around waste management and doing it in a safe way. I think that there's been a lot of discussion about best practice and leveraging the lessons that we can learn from one another through innovation, the application of new technology, the potential for those technologies to move into our energy mix and replace dirtier fuels such as coal and diesel, and particularly as that can apply in remote communities. And I think there's an awful lot of opportunity there. I think that would particularly move us to thinking about SMRs. It's an area of real focus here in Canada, and I think we've seen in the discussion today what opportunities we have as nuclear energy countries to be able to bring small modular reactors into the mix and really think about the work that we can collaborate on. Canada, as you know, has launched its roadmap. We've got our action plan now. And I think the really crucial element of that, which I saw throughout the discussions over the last couple of days, is that collaboration between governments, that collaboration between industry and utilities, the collaboration on innovation, the collaboration between our laboratories and academia and civil society. And I think that those are the things in modern government and modern public policy making. Those are the things that I think will really seal the deal in terms of our ability to move forward. And this for Canada is particularly important because it creates such great opportunity for us to go to remote communities and see development in parts of Canada that are currently underdeveloped simply because we haven't been able to make the billions of dollars of infrastructure investment to bring power sources to those areas. I'm very happy to hear of Romania's interest in the use of nuclear power for the production of hydrogen. The development of low carbon hydrogen economy is a strategic priority for Canada. And in December, our government, led by my minister, Minister O'Regan, launched a hydrogen strategy for Canada that lays out an ambitious framework and the foundational actions that will position hydrogen as a key pathway in terms of introducing cleaner fuels into our energy mix. And I think that nexus, that synergy that exists between the nuclear power sector, pardon me, and our ability to move into new hydrogen technologies is going to be critical. Supply chain collaboration, I think we've seen all sorts of really good examples over the last couple of days, but I think that is just a good example of the history that our two countries have. Our businesses work together. Our businesses know how to collaborate. Our businesses know how to make the right kinds of investments that secure that supply chain and create a value chain in our economies. And that is just so critical to our way forward. OCNI's largest trade mission was to Romania. And that, I think, shows just the extent of that kind of collaboration. I'm also happy to note that our countries have started to express some interest in developing an MOU on nuclear cooperation at the government-to-government level. The MOU, I think, will underscore the importance of strategic partnerships between Canada and Romania, including on CANDU refurbishments and new build projects, as well as the interest that I've already talked about in small modular reactors. Canada is a willing and active partner on the international stage and remains committed to working with like-minded countries such as Romania to transition to an inclusive net zero future. I want to thank you again for working with us, for working with the Canadian nuclear family, and allowing us to provide you with our insight and our best practices, and in turn to teach us about what you have been doing and continue to do in Romania. It's such an important collaboration. We've just been terrifically pleased with the conversations and the ability to do this virtually. Hopefully the next time we see each other, it'll be in real life, and we can continue our collaboration. So I look forward to our ongoing conversation, and particularly at the government-to-government level, and getting our MOU signed. I can say my minister is just keenly interested in making sure that we establish that basis for our future joint work together. So thank you very much for permitting me this opportunity to give these remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sean Topper, for the participation in this conference today. Together with Mr. Mering yesterday, both of them, both high officials, show how important is this cooperation with Romania. There are tens of experts working in Canadian industry that have emphasized this day that there is a lot of interest to continue on long-lasting partnership between our two countries. There is a lot of interest on the Romanian side, and you could see, ladies and gentlemen, that you could see 50 top representatives in the nuclear industry. I was thinking that what will be left after these 2 days of conference is a list of who's who in nuclear industry. It is very important that today we have found more detailed information about the topics that we put forward. And these topics actually cover fields of interest like waste management, SMR, innovative applications, and generally cooperation between our two countries. This brings us to the end of our conference, and we have managed time very well. I take 2 minutes to thank the speakers, to all the participants yesterday and today. And now I would like to thank those who participated in the audience, several hundreds every day. I think we exceeded 1,000 people in the audience following at least part of our deliberations. This is also a moment when I would like to thank all those who came with the idea to organize this event. The Embassy of Canada to Bucharest, ROMATOM, OCNI, and SNN as main organizers and partners, several people too, around 20 of them, who worked a lot during the last months for things to run smoothly. I would like to remind some of the names. I would like to start with Ron Albert, OCNI, Teodor Chirica from Nuclearelectrica, Cătălin Mihaela from Romatom, Mr. Lucian Rusu Raluca on behalf of the Canadian Embassy to Bucharest. I would like to thank Lavinia Risa and her team from Nuclearelectrica for their efforts. They worked very professionally during these days and weeks. I would like to thank the team of AB Translations for their professionalism yesterday and today. It was an important element in the success of our conference, as well as a contribution for the feedback and the follow-up, because these hours of conversation will stay recorded on our page, on Energynomics page. You can share the stream with other partners, people who are interested in finding out more about the relationship Canada-Romania nuclear industry. We are happy to have contributed to this event. I would like to thank my colleagues from Energynomics, Denisa, Florin, and everybody else. We are looking forward to your reactions. You can write to us. We will put together the main ideas, collect the comments on my connector. We will make the effort to convey these messages to the right people. And to the extent the speakers agree, we will make available the presentations, the PowerPoint, PDF, the videos, and so on. So much from me. I'm looking forward to our new discussion on nuclear topics at Energy Strategy Summit, or maybe earlier than that. We want to open real cooperation channels in our B2B event. Thank you a lot and goodbye.